Is it time?
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
We'll see what happens. We'll know in a very short period of time, but it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good.
I am a dissident.
Don't move. vote.
I'm saying no. Why you hear Palantir, 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 Palantir? It's not going to be stopped.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list.
Face off!
I am not a church boy.
Face off!
They're full-on vampires.
They hate our beef. They hate our beef. They hate our beef because our beef is beautiful and theirs is weak.
Not good. Believe me, not good.
What you just heard, he's expecting $10 meat.
Well,
a pound.
Maria, the beef market is a very specialized market. It goes in long cycles, and this is the perfect storm. Again, something we inherited, and there's also, because of the mass immigration, a disease that we've been rid of in North America, made its way up through South America. As these migrants, they brought some of their cattle with them. So part of the problem is we've had to shut the border to Mexican beef because of this disease called the screwworm. So we're not going to let that get into our supply chain. And again, I don't want to focus on one product. It's a very important product, and we are.
Coincidentally, that's what they call me in England ever since I crashed their pound, causing untold misery to the population. They call me Scott the Screwworm because I screwed those people pretty good on behalf of my boss, George Soros.
They named it after
laser
me.
focused on this issue. And
hello, dissidents. Welcome one and all to a Sunday evening edition of the Do Dissidents podcast. Keaton Weiss here with Russell Davila, of course.
Hello.
That was
they rode those cows in. They rode them in like horses.
That was Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent explaining why beef is so expensive, why steaks, why burgers are so expensive. If you can blame the migrants, blame the migrants. Let's hear it one more time.
We've been rid of in North America, made its way up through South America. As these migrants, they brought some of their cattle with them. So part of the problem is we've had to shut the border to Mexican beef because of this disease called the screwworm. So we're not going to let that get.
They brought their cattle with them. They brought their cows over the Rio Grande across the border with their cows.
Yeah.
They
floated them across.
Then what happens is they come just like, the immigrants, they're just like they fuck our women, the immigrant cows, they fuck our cows, and they make our cows sick. And then we can't harvest our cows for beef, which decreases supply. And that is what increases prices. It's the immigrants and the cow fucking, they're rapist cows.
And again, I don't want to focus on one.
When the immigrants bring their cows, they're not bringing their best.
What happens is they interbreed with our cows, and it's been found that after that the cows become a darker color and they're not as good as they were before. It's a scientific fact. That's the same thing. They brought in all of these brown and black cows, and now the cows don't produce the same milk. Exactly. Everybody says the kind of milk that you would have gotten in the Bible, you can't get there anymore because they brought in all these brown cows.
That's right. Unbelievable. Just shows you, there's absolutely no, that's one of the lies that, everybody's got to be in on, right? Because, there's absolutely no way Scott Bessent believes that beef prices are high because immigrants are bringing contaminated cows over the border and polluting our beef population. There's no chance he believes that.
But you said, as soon as you sent it to me and I heard it, I said, I got to go on X tomorrow to see all the idiots talking about the cows that the immigrants brought here that destroyed the beef.
Well, this is what's going on in the beef market. I tweeted this from my personal account the other day. That's $9.59
at Trader
Joe's. That's not a steak. That's a piece of garbage. That's a piece of fat that you trim off of a steak. It's $9.59. And if you look closely,
probably not even a steak. It's probably a cat.
Well, if you see under the price tag, what does it say? It says product of Argentina. So that's some of that Argentinian beef that they're importing. And guess what? Still selling for $16 a pound at Trader Joe's. They're not even giving you a break on the Argentinian beef. Now, I didn't buy this, of course. People are like, you shouldn't have bought it. Of course I didn't buy it. Look at that. Look at how chintzy a portion that is. It's such a small piece of meat that you could see there's condensation on the inside of the plastic because there's so much air in the package that it condenses, and there's water growing on the plastic on the inside. It's probably contaminated. It's probably rancid. It's probably spoiled because they put it in a huge package. It's a tiny little piece of fat, tiny little slab of fat, $9.59. Wow. That's because immigrants are bringing sick cows over the border. Wow.
Yeah. No, you've seen that. You've seen that where they got the coyotes leading like 50 cows and 75 immigrants across the Rio Grande. Yeah, they get that over the border, no problem. they bring their herds of cattle into
just unbelievable.
Well, you just have to have such an assumption that your base is regarded. Like Scott Bessent's a smart guy. He does not believe in an evil way, but he's a smart guy. There's no way he believes that. But he believes that he can get away with saying something like that.
Yeah, and I think he thinks that enough of the base who doesn't believe it is like happy to be in on the lie. Like this is how cults operate. Like the more absurd they behave, the stronger their bonds as a cult. Like we're just going to say something that no one actually believes, but we're all going to pretend to believe it together, and that's a sort of bonding ritual.
Right.
That's a lot of what that is. That's a lot. I don't think he expects even most of the base to buy that.
Like when they
this is the bullshit story that we're telling about the beef. Isn't it crazy? Isn't it ridiculous? Yeah, but we're all going to say we believe it. Why? Because we're a big club. We're a big team. It's team building. This is a lot of how cults operate.
Okay, no, of course I didn't take Bill Clinton in my mouth. And they all say, yeah, no, of course you did.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Man, it was a rough week for Donald Trump when sucking Bill Clinton's cock is not even the top story.
No, not even number 3.
Did you hear the explanation for that? What they're saying is that the Bubba didn't refer to Bill Clinton, but it referred to a horse.
Oh, well, that's better.
Yeah, that's better. It's funny. Their damage control was not that it was just a joke, but that Bubba referred to a horse, not to Bill Clinton. So that's the cover story, as they say. Hey, thanks everybody for being here tonight. Great crowd in here to start things off. 1828 to start things off in the YouTube chat. 684 over on Rumble. Jake is in the booth tonight. Shout out to Jake. Round of applause for Jake in the chat. Russ has his new mug and a new shirt.
Yes. I got to see a West End production of Oedipus that's doing a limited run in New York. I don't want to give any spoilers because you would assume that everyone knows what the big reveal is in Oedipus. But I was sitting behind 2 girls whose jaws gradually dropped as the reveal came. So I guess not everybody. But here's
like, wait, I didn't know this was the J.D. Vance biopic. I didn't know this was the. I didn't know this was the Steve Bannon story.
Yeah. Truth is a motherfucker. So those of you who don't know, I guess now you do.
Yeah.
Maybe I was thinking about this watching their jaws drop. It's probably the greatest reveal in the history of drama.
Yeah, it's a big twist. I mean, it's similar to if anybody's seen the movie Old Boy, kind of along those lines. I mean, not quite, but it's the same thing.
It's the same,
very kind of.
But they did it first.
Yeah, they did. They did do it first.
Yeah.
Yes, that is true. They beat him out by quite a bit.
2,500 years.
Yeah, a couple thousand years. Yeah. But yeah, if you've seen that movie, you kind of know that's essentially in the family of what the Oedipus twist is. But all right. Well, thanks everybody very much for being here tonight. It is Sunday, which means, of course, you will be going over to Rumble for the Q&A after the main show. But we have, of course, plenty to talk about. Big news week. But before we start, we are right at 1999. Got there awful quick. Smash that like button. Let's get up to 666 by the end of the first segment. Can we please do that? And thank you very much for being here. All right, folks. We're going to start out with some more comedy here. This was one of my favorite stories of the year. You know, it's getting to be the end of the year, which means we're going to do our end of the year recap show, around New Year's Eve.
Coming up.
And this has got to be one of my favorites. America's rabbi sued for allegedly failing to pay $710 condo amenity fee for October 7th memorial service. Disgusting, abusive, anti-Semitic, Israel-hating bill. Bill not meaning law, bill meaning invoice from the condo.
Yes.
This is an Israel, disgusting, anti-Semitic, abusive, Israel-hating bill. I wonder if he says that when he gets an estimate for a car repair. Disgusting.
I'm sure he does.
Israel-hating estimate. $500 for a thermostat. Disgusting, Israel-hating estimate. Yep, that's true.
You promised delivery in 30 minutes. It's 31 minutes. You two haters.
Yeah. So here's the New York Post in cheeky fashion. You know, they kind of lost their sense of humor a bit with Mamdani because they were so scared. But this is the New York Post that we all know. They start out the article, Oy vey. Rabbi Shmuley, an influential American rabbi and television personality, has allegedly likened $710 amenity space fees from his luxury Manhattan condominium to the Nazi regime. Now the self-styled America's rabbi is being sued by his building in part for allegedly failing to pay rental and cleaning fees for a common room used to hold a memorial service for an Israeli October 7th victim. The complaint, filed Thursday in Manhattan Supreme Court by the board managers of 2 Waterline Square, requested a permanent injunction against the rabbi and accused him of private nuisance, defamation, and breach of contract. Rabbi Shmuley Boteach, whose legal name is Jacob Botak, purchased a $4.47 million condo in the luxury development in 2022, according to city records, as is cited in the complaint. Now, where he gets all this money, I don't know, but that is a pricey condo.
I also don't get that. Like, they take these Star Wars names to pretend that they're indigenous. How does that sound any more indigenous? Shmuley
Boteach. If your real name is Jacob Botak, Shmuley Boteach is in the same family as Jacob
how
Botak.
Is that? That's not like Jax Dexter, like you usually do.
Exactly. Not much of an improvement. His wife, Deborah Botak, is also named in the complaint for breach of contract as a co-owner of their condo unit. His present conflict with the condo's board arose after Boteach held 2 gatherings in the building's 18th floor common room without making a reservation or paying the accompanying building fees, according to the court documents. So a lot of these luxury buildings have common areas, which sometimes you can access for free if you want to have like a birthday party. Sometimes you leave a deposit, you get the deposit back as long as you don't wreck the joint, but sometimes you have to pay. And obviously, this is a very, very high-end exclusive building, so they probably figure $710 to someone who owns a $4.5 million condo is chump change. They're happy to just pay it, but not Shmuley. One of the gatherings held in May was in honor of Shani Luke, a 22-year-old German-Israeli woman who was murdered by Hamas on October 7th. Boteach hosted Luke's father, Nassim Luke, at the event, according to the documents. Boteach was billed $710 for the May event and another one September, according to the complaint, in keeping with the building's rules, a $500 rental fee and a $210 cleaning fee. Now, look, I do sympathize. That is kind of steep. You are kind of soaking people. Like, they paid $4.5 million for the condo. They do pay maintenance. They do pay building fees per month. To juice them for that is a bit much in my view. But hey, them's the rules. The total fees. They Jewed them. That's right. Those house rules. The total fees added to Boteach's account amounted to $1,420 plus $400 in late fees. Boteach has not only refused to pay the fees, the complaint says, he has also publicly accused the condo board and its members of anti-Semitism.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
It's anti-Semitism.
I'm sure that condo board is not loaded with Jews.
Oh, wait.
In New York City.
Oh, Wait for it. It's coming.
Oh, I stepped on it.
I will not be punished for having a few friends over to comfort a Jewish father whose daughter was murdered by Hamas, Botaic wrote in a September email circulated throughout Waterline, as documented in the complaint. Waterline will be in the national news for their attempt to squash memorials for Jews murdered by Hamas, as is happening in other places all around the country who are being sued for it. Botaic took to Facebook in September, as cited in the court documents, publicly calling out the board in fiery posts. In a September 10th post, Botaic called the back and forth with the board a shameful saga. Jews have long been punished not only for living but for mourning, Botaic wrote, as seen in the court documents. In medieval Europe, rulers charged... It's over a $700 fee. In medieval Europe, rulers charged Jews exorbitant fees for burials or deny them entirely. In Nazi Germany, Jewish funerals were forbidden. Bodies were dumped into pits. Families denied... How do you say that word? Kaddish.
Kaddish.
Kaddish, that's what I thought. Families denied Kaddish. Now in Manhattan, a rabbi is threatened with dire legal consequences for hosting a tiny memorial for Shani Luke. I love the response. The board in the complaint called the contents of the September 10th post an objectively false comparison. Yes,
this is worse than the time me and my daughter organized a Tupperware and dildos party, and they charged me $1,200.
Yeah, they charged me extra cleaning fee for that. Can you believe it?
Can you believe it?
Citing extraordinary circumstances. In a subsequent October email circulated to the board, as also seen in court documents, Botaic referred to the May 2025 charge as a disgusting, abusive, anti-Semitic, Israel-hating bill. This is a blatantly anti-Semitic assault on my rights as an Israel-loving Jew, Botaic told the Post. Wow. He added that the $3,000 a month he pays the building and fees includes the use of its amenity spaces. Now it should. I think you got a point there. He said that his use of the space for the memorial in May, which he described as a gathering of 8 people, did not meet the number required to make formal reservation. Botaic also denied that a second gathering occurred in September, saying there was no second gathering. Nissim Luke authored a June op-ed in the Israel National News decrying the building's response to Botaic's event for his daughter. Botaic said he has experienced blatant harassment within the building and claimed he is watched and spied on like a hawk to see if I am doing anything for Israel. Could you imagine spending $5 million on a condo and having to be Shmuley's neighbor?
Oh,
imagine
my God.
He's in the building.
Oh, my God. I would probably sue the building.
I would sue the building for letting him in. Yeah, exactly. Paid $5 million to live here. I have to live next to this guy. He added the plans to file a counterclaim. And this charge is all about punitive measures to ensure that Israel is not mentioned in the building. The board okay, so here it comes. The board managers of 2 Waterline Square condominium, represented by Adam Lightman Bailey, claim that the rental and cleaning fees are uniformly charged to every resident that uses the common room. Beyond resolving the alleged breach of contract, they simply want him to stop bullying their residents. And to cease from violating the building's rules. Lightman Bailey told the Post, they don't do background checks before they let people in. I mean, don't you have to maintain a kind of environment in the building?
Well, that's why you can't appease these people. They were probably terrified of what he would start screaming if they didn't sell him the apartment.
Yeah, if they didn't approve him for the condo. The complaint alleges further incidents of individual harassment against the board and building staff by Botaic in publications and personal encounters. A majority of the board members are Jewish, Lightman Bailey added. Not just Jewish.
I was going to say, if this was like a high-end condo complex in New York where the board was not overwhelmingly Jewish, it would probably be the only one.
Exactly. This isn't governance. It's a corrupt coup led by Nancy Chen, Randy Wax, June Hu, and absentee Dan Senor. And it comes wrapped in the same anti-Semitic whitewash we saw when they targeted us for honoring Shani Luke, said Botaic in the September press release, as seen in the complaint. Dan Senor, a condominium board member and prominent American columnist, and Randy Wax, the board's president, were specifically called out by Botaic in an email as supposed champions of Israel. Senor is involved in Jewish causes. Wax is involved in philanthropic causes for Israel. Another board member, Shmuel Kilgier, is the board he's accusing of anti-Semitism. Lightning
Now
and
that's
Shmuel.
a Star Wars name.
Yeah, Shmuel Kleiger is an Israeli citizen and veteran of the IDF. Boteic accused him of being fraudulently elected to the board, according to an email cited by the complaint. On Friday, Boteic took to Facebook tagging Waterline and quoting a message of support for Boteic attributed to Nassim Look. Instead of compassion, Rabbi Shmuley was confronted by a building manager, ignored by the manager's superiors, and threatened with legal action by the company's attorney, the posted statement said. Okay, so obviously this is like not about the money, right? Obviously, Shmuley just seeks out these kinds of confrontations. He does so on the street. We just showed you. That's his business. He's making a TikTok video outside the Anne Frank Museum. Some guy rides past him on a bicycle. What are you looking at? Do you hate Jews? Why do you hate Jews? Right? Like, that's clearly what he does. And this kind of reverse lawfare, if you will, is not the first of its kind. So this is from, I guess, 10 months ago, a story that kind of slipped under the radar. The luxury Miami hotel Fontainebleau takes legal action against the rabbi verbally attacked in lobby. So he got into an altercation in the lobby and took it out on the hotel. So this is from 10 months ago, story of a similar nature here.
Hotel taking legal action against a prominent rabbi. This after he claimed he was subjected to a verbal tirade in the lobby, which he recorded. Local 10's Rosh Lowe is joining us live from Miami Beach with an update on this exclusive story. Rosh.
All right, Louis, in this corner, you have the Fontainebleau, a famous hotel, saying this rabbi is trying to shake them down. In this corner, you have the rabbi who says he was a victim of an anti-Semitic attack. And now you have one big legal fight. So the Fontainebleau says you're trying to shake them down.
You know, that's exactly what Jews have been accused of. It's almost as if the lawsuit was plagiarized from the protocols of the Elders of Zion.
It's the fountain.
He says it's almost as though the lawsuit was plagiarized from the protocols of the Elders of Zion.
Well, you know who he keeps attacking? Because I guess she's been going there. Savetsky.
Oh, yeah.
He keeps attacking Savetsky for going to the
Fontainebleau. Oh, I didn't know that. I wish I had done that research. But yeah, it's almost like Shmuley is an op to validate the protocols of the Elders of Zion.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
it's almost like this is an Andy Kaufman routine.
It really is, because you've got Shmuley, who very much like Rappaport is a caricature of the protocols of the Elders of Zion, saying it. You know, don't help us. Don't help us. Don't remind people of the protocols of the Elders of Zion when you're in front of a camera.
Yeah.
But that's exactly what Jews have been accused of. It's almost as if the lawsuit was plagiarized from the protocols of the Elders of Zion.
So the thing that I'm doing is what anti-Semites accuse Jews of doing all the time, right? That's my point.
It's the Fontainebleau, owned by Jeffrey Sofer, who is Jewish, versus Boteic. Rabbi Shmuley Boteic says he was the victim of a violent anti-Semitic verbal attack.
Kill babies, man.
He is known as America's most famous rabbi. Even during our interview, someone stopped who knew him.
For Pesach, I heard your speech.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You know, so many Jews.
They call you the America's most famous rabbi?
I am. Well, Washington Post and Newsweek, others say I'm America's most famous rabbi.
But it was this encounter in the lobby that went viral. What followed was a social media campaign. The Fontainebleau says in a just-filed lawsuit that Boteic tried to shake down the hotel by creating AI videos purporting to show them celebrating anti-Semitism.
I will say on the record right now, I am prepared to settle for nothing, not a penny, zero, nothing, if they apologize for what happened and if they promise to retrain the security.
Let's get back to the lawsuit. The hotel says Boteic insisted that he would only settle if the Fontainebleau paid $1 million to his charitable organization without any transparent explanation as to the use of those funds.
That's not shady at all. No, that seems totally on the up and up. But watch.
To all the people of Fontainebleau, where is the surveillance footage? You're saying it was all made up? Why won't you release the surveillance footage?
Boteic had a similar incident in 2003. The hotel claims defendant Boteic omits that he also demanded personal lifetime access to the swimming pool and gym at the hotel, the same place he says is unsafe. Ultimately, defendant Boteic accepted a free dinner at the hotel and moved on.
And they said that I settled for a...
Give me a free dinner. We'll forget the whole thing.
He shakes him down, makes all these demands, and then settles for a free dinner. No, that looks like a guy who's legitimately aggrieved. A guy who that wasn't a frivolous lawsuit at all. All right, fine. Just give me a ribeye and let me be on my way. Wow.
Steak dinner. Did you see?
That is amazing.
Is unsafe. Ultimately, defendant Boteach accepted a free dinner at the hotel and moved on.
And they said that I settled for a steak dinner. Did you see that? I mean, it's an SNL skit. The rabbi is sitting with his yarmulke in the Fontainebleau, slurping down escargot and having a ham sandwich.
Boy, this is interesting. So Boteach says, listen, he originally said he wanted $100 million, but now he says, I don't want anything. I don't want a penny. I just want the Fontainebleau to apologize. On the flip side, the Fontainebleau says they've done absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, just the opposite.
Just give me a voucher for the buffet. All right, $100 million? All right, how about this? All right, here. Well, let's meet in the middle. Give me a buffet. Don't call it a day. Wow, what a guy. What a guy.
Okay. So this is Shmuley on Lizzie Savetsky. I and my daughters inspired Lizzie Savetsky to defend Israel until she betrayed the Jewish people by whitewashing vicious attacks against Jews, allegedly for free vacations at the Fontainebleau. Is it true, Lizzie?
Hi, everyone. People are asking me about this dispute between me and Lizzie Savetsky. There is no dispute. I trained Lizzie Savetsky and influenced her to become a pro-Israel influencer. She met me 3 years ago in Puerto Rico for Pesach, came to all my speeches, and she said to me, what you're doing is so inspiring, leveraging your name, your platform to protect the Jewish people. I said, why are you selling hairbands and fashion accessories on your Instagram? Why don't you join me? And then my daughters took over and had an absolutely pivotal influence on her life. She doesn't, not only does she not deny that, she admits to all of it. So what's the issue? She betrayed the Jewish people. You can't be a pro-Israel influencer and then defend a potentially lethal, disgusting attack against a rabbi or any Jew in a hotel in Miami Beach, let alone anywhere else, because you made profit from it. You can't do that. That's called betrayal. That makes you into a traitor.
I thought they gave you your dinner.
On the night of December 1st,
I thought it was settled.
I was writing a speech for Robert Kennedy Jr., my dear friend, who had just been nominated by President Trump to be HHS secretary. I was bothering no one, but my existence bothered someone. My yarmulke bothered someone. His name was Faiz Akbar, and he threatened to murder me because I'm a Jew. Tens of millions of you watched that video. Only one Jew defended it. Her name was Lizzie Savetsky, because she was probably given, she's never denied this, free vacation, some sort of compensation. And if it's not true, Lizzie, then why don't you finally respond? You can't sell out your people for personal gain and expect to maintain your credibility. Jews are fighting for their lives, Lizzie. You can't just see Hasbara as a way of personal gain. If you end up gaining, God bless you.
Oh, if you end up gaining, God bless you.
Oh,
then
really?
You went ahead, Lizzie, and you betrayed all of womankind. You hired Sean Burstein
all of womankind
to again betray your people. You hired Sean Burstein to sue Israel's foremost media outlets for $5 million. Times of Israel, Ynet News, JTA, the Jewish Telegraph Agency, because they asked you a simple question: are you being paid or not? And if you are, just disclose it and nobody cares. But what you can't do is continue to post videos as part of the World Zionist Congress, which is, in my opinion, is a farce and a dinosaur. Israeli taxpayers paying for rich American Jews to come business class to Israel. And then you post how you are picked up at the airport by a special limo, et cetera. Israeli taxpayers are footing this bill. They have a right to ask what you're being paid. Instead, you sued them with Sean Burstein, who's a Jeffrey Epstein case-related attorney, whose job it was to defend Alan Dershowitz from Virginia Giuffre's accusations that he had sex with a minor with her 6 times. And he sued Netflix to destroy her credibility until she killed herself and orphaned her 3 children. And in my opinion, when a woman is kind of pushed to suicide, it gives her kind of a modicum of credibility. And that's the lawyer who you chose. Betrayal of the Jewish people, betrayal of women, betrayal of victims.
Wow,
of
I didn't know it was that serious a feud. See, I didn't know that.
Wow.
So you knew of that. Wow.
Yeah. Okay. Why is Shmuley so well known? Because people like Piers Morgan make a lot of money off elevating a fruitcake like this.
Right.
He's good TV. right? He's good TV. You want to get somebody who's reasonable, who's measured. They're not going to go on the Piers Morgan show and start screaming about how all these Jews are actually anti-Semitic because they wouldn't give them a free buffet.
Right. Or a free a couple hours in the common space at the condo. Yeah. So there you go. Rabbi Shmuley getting sued for pretty hilarious reason. All right, let's go on to some Rumble Rants and Super Chats. Killer Hittin says, dirtbags, we should totally have a Due Dissidents Dungeons and Dragons Club and call it DDD&D. Ha ha. Also, I hope the new show intro would grow on me. Unfortunately, it hasn't. It's all right, Killer Hittin. Donnie Blue Bubba, would that make Trump an Israeli honeypot? Yeah, exactly. Maybe that'd be a twist ending. He's the honeypot. Abiding in Trump's defense, during that Bubba timeline, Dr. Harold Bornstein had prescribed blood pressure meds, and one of the side effects is sucking cock. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Abiding 71, Candace and Tucker have the two biggest shows last week on Rumble. Nick Fuente says 70,000 live views. Rest in peace, MAGA. Yep, indeed. Vienticus Prime, everything's a scam, everything's a lie, everything's hypocrisy, and it can be defined in a single word. Good one.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. YepX says, hey, DD, I wanted to send you a longer super chat, but ran out of space. I posted my message in this paste bin alternative. The link is temporary. Please read it. Well, I hope it's not that temporary because we're going to be on the air for the next few hours. So will it last? Thank you for the link, though. Appreciate it. All right. Let's go to some super chats. Why not?
Bonzo Kilborn. Russ, with all the bad news, how do you avoid nihilism and despair? Have I? It's clearly too late for Keaton, but you're still fairly chipper.
I wouldn't say it's too late for Keaton.
What's the trick?
I think we both feel pretty good this week. I think things are starting to look up again.
Yeah. I think it's complicated because Keaton is kind of like, it's funny because he's a day walker, but he's kind of like a very recognizable Jewish type,
right?
The miserable family man who's actually very happy,
right?
They just like to, my back. But actually, if you dig down underneath that, they're actually very happy with their family, like they're really into it. But that's just their pose.
Right.
So I wouldn't take that too seriously from Keaton. As far as I go, honestly, consciousness of mortality, I think, is key to happiness. I think you should be conscious of your mortality. I mean, of course, that can send you into an existential spiral, but it's like a Buddhist said to a friend of mine once when he asked him about the existentialists, what he thought of them. He said, they give up too soon. If you get to the other side of the existentialism, you'll be like, well, why would I live life in misery? So if this is the only life you get, why would you spend it that way? Actually, you know what? Going to Italy and Greece made a very big impression on me as far as that goes. Because, you go through a cemetery and you think about mortality. When you go to Greece and Rome, you're walking through the cemetery of a civilization. And I'm not saying they don't have a society now, but when you go through the ruins, it's fucking millions of people you're never going to hear about, man. Like you see a whole world that is in a grave. It's gone. So what are you gonna be miserable about? It's like Chief Bromden says in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. One of the people self-deletes. Says, I don't know why guys have to get so impatient. All they have to do is wait.
Yeah, all you gotta do is wait.
Netanyahu is on the Epstein list. Tucker is obviously CIA limited hangout.
Maybe not.
Yeah, we'll see. Netanyahu is on the Epstein list. What is this song? I love it.
It's new intro tunes tonight by Sugoi, Sugoi, from a music site that we license music out from for our documentaries. Yeah, it was good stuff. Fun stuff.
Brad Gilbert, Sent doing his best Officer Barbrady impression.
Yeah, he does seem like Officer Barbrady.
He kind of does. So Throat Goat likes raw horsepower.
That's right.
Laughing my ass off. All right. Do want to?
Yeah, do one more. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'll clear that out. There we go.
Brad Gilbert, the Austrian painter's family. Here's $710. We all
yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, it's quite the story. Had to do that one. All right, folks, we're at 3144 in the chat.
In the year 2525.
And we are at 861 likes. All right, let's move right on along. Another New York story.
There's 8 million stories in the naked city, and this is one of them. All right, so Mamdani is in his transition right now, not that kind. Transition to his administration.
Yeah, the other one, that's for his second term.
The other one, that's for, well, he wants to get settled in before he introduces that policy. Okay, so there's been a lot of questions about how Mamdani would govern. He took a picture with Alex Soros that raised a lot of consternation. So these are some of the moves he's making so far, and a lot of them are good. For example, Mamdani is supporting the Starbucks boycott. Starbucks, this is from his X account, Starbucks workers across the country are on an unfair labor practices strike fighting for a fair contract. While workers are on strike, I won't be buying any Starbucks, and I'm asking you to join us. Together, we can send a powerful message. No contract, no coffee. And he quote tweeted out the Starbucks Workers United, that's the Starbucks union, their announcement of this strike and their request not to buy Starbucks. Now, this shouldn't be as remarkable as it is, but it is. It is, especially in New York City. You got a Starbucks everywhere in New York City. And I know whenever we do a segment like this, I know you're going to get a lot of peasant-minded people say, but we bet the profit. Okay. They just paid $100 million to their new CEO, who they brought over from Chipotle for 4 months, for a 4-month contract. Do you know how long the average Starbucks employee would have to work to make $100 million? 6,000 years.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm literally,
I know.
That's the number.
Yeah, no, I know.
6,000 years. So yeah, if they can afford to pay a guy $100 million for 4 months work, yeah, they can afford to pay their workers more. It's not that that money is not there in the system. It's that they don't want to give it to workers. This idea that these companies are going to go broke if they pay their workers more when they have CEOs making hundreds of millions of dollars is absurd. It's not that the money's not there. It's that they don't want to give it to the workers. This is from Business Insider. The open-ended strike coincided with Red Cup Day, when the chain offers free reusable holiday cups to customers. Historically, it's driven record sales for the company. On Thursday, when the strike began, roughly 1,000 workers across 65 stores were expected to strike, according to the union. The work stoppage could expand to more than 500 stores if negotiations do not resume, the union said in a statement on Thursday. In the U.S., Starbucks has 16,864 stores, according to its most recent earnings report. Unionized stores represent roughly 9,500 baristas, or 4% of the retail labor force, according to a Starbucks spokesperson. The strike comes amid stalled contract negotiations at the coffee giant and also follows the company's announcement of a restructuring that led to the closure of more than 600 stores across the U.S. It's the fourth strike that the union has organized since 2023, and it's the third to have taken place since CEO Brian Niccol began leading the company in September 2024. What they don't mention, I'm not calling them out. They did an article. It's a fair article. But yeah, I don't think that guy's name should be mentioned without mentioning that he got $100 million for a 4-month contract. Like every time you say this guy's name, you should bring that up. Despite Workers United, quote, despite Workers United's efforts to cause disruption, more than 99% of our coffee houses remain open, and our partners delivered the strongest reusable Red Cup Day in company history. See? They're environmentally friendly, folks. Building on last Thursday's holiday launch, which was the biggest sales day ever for the company, a spokesperson told Business Insider on Friday. Footnote, Starbucks has lost money for the last 6 quarters in a row. Mamdani lending support to the striking baristas represents an early indication of how he may use the bully pulpit of his office as mayor of New York City. The Democratic Socialist state assemblyman has long positioned himself as an ally to labor. So what else is he doing? He's working on universal child care, which will be difficult to get the funding for, but he's appointed people to start working on it. This is from Politico. Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, is embarking on the endeavor amid rising child care costs. The average expense for families in New York City is around $26,000 for infants and toddlers, according to the Citizens Committee for Children of New York. And in 41 states, the average annual price of center-based infant care has exceeded in-state university tuition. That's most of the country, 80% of the country. Families with young children were twice as likely to leave the city than those without young children, according to a report by the nonpartisan think tank Fiscal Policy Institute released last year. And this is something I always say about New York. It's very weird because it is kind of a place without children. It's like a place without families. It's really a place for young, single professionals. The only place you see kids is housing projects. Outside of that, you really don't. And ironically, that's part of why Mamdani won, because you've got an unusually youthful demographic in New York that are particularly amenable to these policies because capitalism hasn't worked for them. You know, you sit down, you talk to, and again, I don't want to hear from all the boomers. I know it's not you. You talk to a lot of these boomers, you know, capitalism worked for them. Like they just can't wrap their heads around the circumstances that this generation is growing up in. It's not that they're morally better than the boomers were. It's that they're growing up in a very different economy. If they had the opportunities the boomers had, they'd be as pro-capitalist as the boomers were. But it's not working for them. So you hear a lot of talk about how the billionaires are going to flee New York. And Jon Stewart had Lena Khan, who's now the co-chair of Mamdani's transition team, former head of the FTC under Biden. He had her on, and she made a very good point. Well, what about working people who are leaving the city? Why don't we, isn't that a problem? Why isn't that a problem?
You know, because they do say people have fled to Florida and Texas. Does the city actually suffer in those times? It doesn't seem like millionaires leaving the city is the threat they think it is, I guess is what I'm getting at.
I mean, I'd say a couple of things. Look, you always want to be mindful of what's going to happen to the tax base. But I think the question that the mayor-elect Mamdani was asking was, well, working people are already fleeing New York. They're already having to leave New York because they can't afford to live here. And shouldn't we care about that too, right? And his campaign has been explicitly to make this a place where bus drivers, janitors, security guards, teachers, right? People who are kind of keeping the day-to-day running of the city where they have a chance as well. And I think that's the part of the conversation that we too often don't focus enough on. And that's what he's trying to solve for.
I think that's a great point, Lena. And
no, because working people aren't the Ubermensch.
Right.
Right.
They don't
We're not
give
supposed
a
to kiss the feet of the working person. Right.
Right. They don't give a shit about that. When I live here, man. You never heard Adams talk about we need to create a city where working people can live. He never talked about that. He didn't care about that. When they were telling people, yes, well, we can't have socialism, and Cuomo's coming out trying to stir up this boogeyman. This is why it wasn't effective, other than him being a terrible spokesperson for anything, really, given his history. Why would anybody be scared of that when this is the reality? They want to look for all these why did Mamdani win? Right there. Manhattan rents jumped near record high in month before Zoran Mamdani's win as supply remains low. And their answer to that, and this is what's amazing to me about these establishment politicians. They talk as if what they've been doing has been working. Oh, well, you don't want to mess with this because, hey, You know, you gotta do this, and you gotta sacrifice a goat in a cement mixer before you can bring down prices. And just trust us. Just trust us. We've done such a great job so far. It didn't work because people, you know what? They listened to that for decades, not just in New York, worldwide. Neoliberalism has dominated no matter what political party orientation has been in charge. Neoliberalism has been the order really since Reagan and Thatcher. We've had over 40 years of that. Where has it brought the world? It's not even just America. There's a worldwide problem of gentrification and increasing inequality. These people are desperately trying to use the same old Cold War propaganda, which still works on old people because they were indoctrinated with that. It's not working on people under 40, and it's terrifying them. So Lena Khan, this is the big question you always get when you have these reforms. Well, how are you going to make this happen? How are you going to get it through the legislature? What you hear from the Cuomos, what you hear from the Clintons is you can't do it, and from the Obamas, you can't do anything. No, we can't.
Yeah.
No, we can't. That's how the system works. The arc of the universe is long. Your grandchildren will have health care, right? Khan has been scouring city and state laws, some overlooked by past mayors, and some too new to have been tested yet, for legal footing for Mamdani's priorities. It's a skill set the Yale-trained lawyer wielded while running the FTC, where she dusted off laws, some dating from the early 20th century, and sued companies under novel theories of harm. Quote, excavating and enforcing the law is how one transition advisor put it. In her new role, Khan has identified an early avenue in a 56-year-old NYC prohibition on business practices deemed unconscionable, a designation expansive enough to delight any regulator, meant to protect captive consumers who lack other options for a particular good. The law has rarely been used. The only example of note this century appears to have been its use against retailers price gouging for face masks in March 2020. Khan has privately discussed targeting hospitals that bill patients for painkillers available more cheaply at corner drugstores, and sports stadiums charging nosebleed prices for concessions, the people said. Okay, so you have this law that's very vaguely worded that they've dug up. Giuliani did something like that, not to as good a purpose. Giuliani dug up an old law from the Prohibition era that you couldn't dance in bars in order to start going after bars that he targeted. Other avenues for enforcement include a new state law that requires companies to tell customers when they are using algorithmic pricing. The law took effect this week, forcing Uber and DoorDash to start disclosing, but the incoming Mamdani administration plans to police laggards.
So she's like his Russ Vogt. This is like his Project 2025. Like
basically
figuring out, okay, how can we use the executive to the greatest extent possible to just do what we want to do?
Well,
so
you know
we can't
what?
be stymied by bureaucrats.
Yes, and actually, I can't remember if it was this Guardian article or the Semaphore article, but one of them actually made that comparison.
Right.
The way that Trump has used executive orders, the way they've tried to get around the bureaucracy by using these obscure sections of law. Yeah, that's exactly what they're trying to do, because they know they're not getting this stuff through the legislature. In New York City, okay, so this is another thing. One of the reasons housing is getting so unaffordable is because private equity is coming in and they'll buy up a bunch of buildings and they'll roll it up into one big organization. But they're not just doing that there. If you saw Perfect Union did a great segment on how trailer parks have become unaffordable because private equity got into the trailer park market. They'll come in, buy up all of the competition, create a monopoly, and raise prices. You know, Lena Khan, there's another thing. These people are not radicals. Like Lena Khan is a capitalist. This is a capitalist vision. You're supposed to have competition.
She worked for Biden. She was his FTC chair.
Exactly. And this is too much. Like, to paint these people like, this is Potemkin now. It's absolutely absurd. In New York City, private equity firms have been known to use aggressive tactics to get residents of rent-controlled buildings to leave so they can raise rents. They made, quote, they made it a hellhole for the tenants. They played all sorts of shitty little tricks on them, and they eventually moved, Kenny said. This is one expert they were asking. The real estate private equity firm Sugar Hill Capital Partners has been accused of allowing its buildings to become unlivable through problems like rat infestations, so that tenants in rent-controlled units will leave and the company can raise rents. Notably, Mamdani's campaign centered around making rent more affordable. Kenny thinks that Khan's appointment is most directed at private equity landlords. Okay, so you've had a real upwelling of enthusiasm for this administration, so much so that there have been 50,000 resumes submitted to work in the administration. Mamdani quote tweeted that stat saying, "With every resume we receive, we get closer to a better future for New York City, one where excellence in public services is the norm, not an anomaly. This is how we shape politics that works for everyone, not just the wealthy few." So here's CNBC reacting not only to Mamdani's election, but to the appointment of Lina Khan.
Wealthy, who might be looking for a therapist after yesterday's election. And more importantly, were looking for therapy when they heard that Lina Khan was joining the transition team.
Which just goes to show you, looking back at the Biden administration, I mean, she had a very important job and we had her on all the time and hung on.
I think we should have her back and talk about what's going to happen in New York City.
But let's just know. Okay, so as long as we know what I mean, she is a
no, but that's what I'm saying.
She was running a very important department in the Biden administration.
Well, no, I wonder what it portends for business in New York. It was funny.
It's great for business. It's awesome.
A number of business leaders in New York reached out to me yesterday. I was traveling back from London, and it wasn't even the election result itself. It was when this Lina Khan announcement was made.
Right.
It was like they were sort of like frozen in place, and talked. I mean, some of the texting and back and forth was more about sort of what had happened to the merger business. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of bankers in this city, financiers in this city, and sort of what the approach is. I don't know if she's going to have a role in the future.
What can she do, though? I mean,
the future group or not?
What my question was, this appears to nationalize a city mayoral staff, right? Instead of saying we're going to operate the city as good managers, which is what the mayor's job is, it somehow makes it seem like we're going to be a platform for some national ideological.
I don't know. I mean, I was also surprised by.
Oh, you mean we're going to try to do
so
what we
many
campaigned
people
on?
Well, yeah, exactly. And this is, one of the things that is most maddening when you watch shows like this. They elevate people who have no business speaking about these matters to say just fucking nonsense. And they say it as if it's common sense. In what way did they what are you doing?
Oh, sorry.
In what way did they nationalize the election? And this tells you a lot about what their actual agenda is. She just wants to restore competitive practices. So why would business leaders be upset about that? Because they don't want competitive practices. They don't want capitalism. This is not an assault on capitalism, at least not Lina Khan's vision. It's an attempt to actually make capitalism function. Now, we can have our disagreements about taking that approach, but the idea that they find this so radical tells you a lot about what their actual agenda is.
From the de Blasio administration, of all things, and they were pointing to that as if.
Yeah. Oh, they appointed people with government experience. What do you think they were going to do? Appoint a bunch of people from Bloomberg's administration? Where were they going to mine talent from?
It's so funny how they invoke de Blasio as this arrow that we can't ever return to, as if the city crumbled. That was just, 4 years ago? City survived Bill de Blasio. I lived there under Bill de Blasio. It's fine.
Right.
It's fine. Like, not a big deal.
And you know what? For all they speak about him as this radical leftist, gentrification continued apace.
Of course.
Real estate development continued apace.
Yeah.
I think the Borg ship, Hudson Yards over there, opened under de Blasio. They continued to invest in the city. And you know what? His legacy is universal pre-K. So, he did something. Did more than Adams did. What did Adams do? What did Adams do?
Right. What did Adams do? Exactly.
Okay. So this is, you want to understand how absolutely disgusting the opposition is. This is a good example. This is Paul Sperry. And I want you to imagine somebody who is even a New York Post columnist, as right-wing as it is, posting something like this about any other ethnic group, any other religion. Trojan horse, ethnic Pakistani Muslim Lena Malha Khan is leading NYC's first Muslim mayor, Zora Mamdani's transition team, where she'll be able to place fellow Muslims throughout the government. Khan, an acolyte of Elizabeth Warren, is married to Shah Ali, a NYC cardiologist. Now, what you're supposed to take away from that, if you're the kind of person who would take Paul Sperry seriously, is not that he's a cardiologist, but that she's married to Shah Ali.
Shah Ali.
Dun, 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 dun. Very scary. Can you imagine if somebody put up, this gives this person the opportunity to put more Chinese people in government. She's married to Lin Ho.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Like, even the New York Post would fire this person.
Yeah.
If you wrote something equivalent about any other group. Ben Shapiro dropped this banger that got a lot of attention this week. I can't imagine why people are fleeing MAGA and conservatism in general with these wonderful solutions they're offering for people who can't afford to live in their cities.
Person and you can't afford to live here, then maybe you should not live here. I mean, that is a real thing. Yeah, I know that we've now grown up in a society that says that you deserve to live where you grew up, but the reality is that the history of America is almost literally the opposite of that. The history of America is you go to a place where there is opportunity. And if the opportunities are limited here and they're not changing, then you really should try to think about other places where you have better opportunities.
Ain't that America? Get the fuck out! Yeah, that's very inspiring. I can't imagine why you guys saw 50-point swings in the election a couple of weeks ago. Look, without a true fascist takeover, I do think which is I certainly wouldn't rule out from this crew. I think you are seeing the last gasp of the long arc, as much as it's darkest before the dawn. I think this is the end of the conservative movement as we have known it for 40 or 45 years. I know it doesn't look that way right now, but they just went full mask off in a way that people are not going to forget anytime soon. They are no longer going to be able to claim they're not racist, they're not sexist, that it's about criminal. They're all of the stuff they use to shield what they actually believe. They're not going to be able to use that for a generation. It's going to take a generation before people forget what they actually revealed about themselves at a moment when they were drunk with power and just ripped the masks off. What do conservatives really think? Yeah, that's what they think. Yeah, well, you can't afford it. Well, go to Indiana. Things are cheap in Indiana. Why should you live there? Now, there was a part of this we decided not to do. I'll probably do it during the week. These billionaires, these millionaires, these developers, they're not leaving. They're not leaving. They did an article about this in CNBC, which is, like a racing sheet for degenerate stock market gamblers. It's not like a left-wing publication. Yeah, man, they interviewed real estate people, and yeah, they're getting they have contracts being signed for commercial space within 2 weeks, where normally it would take like a year. to develop these contracts and to close a deal, 200,000 square foot kind of deals. These people are not actually leaving. You know why? Because the kinds of young professionals that they're looking for to work at places like Goldman Sachs, they don't want to live in Iowa. They just don't. Now, you could say they're snobs, but you can't say that when in your last breath you were screaming that those people are going to leave New York. Which is it, right? They know that if they set up their corporate offices in some red state that young urban professionals don't want to live in, they're going to have a hard time soliciting talent. So they're not going anywhere. Yeah, sure, man. Like if you raise the tax on millionaires and billionaires 10%, 50%, yeah, I mean, I guess they would leave. 2%, they're not going anywhere. And the Daily Show, we can't use it because of copyright. They did a great bit showing going back 20 years. Every single time they make any kind of change that might threaten billionaires, all the media talking heads come out about how they're going to flee New York. They're not going to flee New York. New York is New York. People want to live here very often for reasons that at this point I'm uncomfortable with. You know, I talked about that the other day. When I ride my bike around New York, it looks to me like a convention of vampires waiting online for the new boba tea or the new slice joint, feeding really on the suffering of the workers. But yeah, man, that's a big part of what they come here for. And I don't think there's any other city in America that caters to that class as well as New York does. That was by design. From Giuliani through Bloomberg, through Adams, and to a large extent through de Blasio, they made it a playground for those people. They're not going anywhere anytime soon. Now, in terms of Mamdani, for the left, which got burned by the Squad, got burned by Bernie, there's a tendency to not call balls and strikes with anyone on the left. They'll do it with Marjorie Taylor Greene. They'll do it with Thomas Massie. You know, I don't agree with him on everything, but I thought he did a good job here. I mean, I do understand why they can't do that on the left, because you get more mad at people that you expect to be on your team than you would get mad at people that you don't consider in your ideological lane. But I think when you have a left movement that is just perpetually sour and constantly claiming defeat, even in the face of even small victories, it turns people off, man. It's a big turnoff. Look at MAGA, man. They'll claim victories even when they lose. You know, the smallest thing that they can claim for themselves, they will. With the left, you got a fucking pro-Palestine mayor in the most Zionist city that you were going to find on planet Earth outside of Israel, certainly the most Zionist city in America, who refused to concede the point multiple times in interviews and debates that Israel has a right to exist as an apartheid state. And the left won't take it as a win, man. They will not claim it as a win for their ideas, which they really should, because you know who's trying to make the argument that this does not demonstrate a win for their ideas? Bill Maher and the rest of the talking heads. Oh, look at Spamberger. Well, if you're not going to make the counter argument, you're ceding the conversation to those people. Now, that's not to say Mamdani's not gonna do things that are worth calling out, and we will when he does. But at the same time, like, you're not gonna celebrate that they're doing these things that are good, that he's supporting a strike from Starbucks. Like, you could still say, yeah, he took a picture with Alex Soros, he's leaving Jessica Tisch on, he keeps catering to these hysterical claims of anti-Semitism. You can say all that and still say, well, this stuff is good. Just like you imagine he's Thomas Massie.
Right. Or Donald Trump a year ago, for that matter, right? Or like any of these people, right? Yeah. Look, the idea that he's backing that strike and supporting that boycott is hugely significant, especially in New York. Like, I mean, this would be like the mayor of LA saying boycott In-N-Out Burger, right?
Right.
Like,
right.
It's such a fixture. It's such a staple. And New York is such a rabidly anti-labor town. It really is. I want to read a very brief excerpt from an article by a guy named River Page, who's a great essayist, young guy, writer. I interviewed him on the audio show 5-6 years ago. And I would love to interview him again, except for the fact that he sold out. He writes for the Free Press now, so I just won't do it. I just won't have anything to do with him. But he did write an article about Mamdani that's paywalled, and obviously I'm not paying for the Free Press, but I did get to read the non-paywalled part of it. And he's a terrific writer, and he puts it very well. He says, every morning I ride the Metro North into Grand Central Station, walk through the main concourse, and see the constellations painted on the ceiling. It is the only place in New York City where you can see the stars. You can't wish on them. You can't follow them north or augur the future in their twinkling. There is no future in this city. You will own nothing, and you will not be happy. In New York, you are on your own, and not even the heavens can help you. As you come and go to work, the stars will remain in the same place, and so will you, or at least you hope, because New York is a city for people who have everything and people who have nothing. For now you are neither, but the voice in your head says not for long, and repeats it every day, because you know things can always get worse. There is no middle without a bottom. It's great writing. The guy's a great writer. It's a too bad he sold out to Barry Weiss. But the point there is that, yes,
Who is that?
That's a guy named River Page. Young guy. Great writer. And that is exactly what it is like to work and live in New York. You're expected to be the Page at NBC Studios until you sell that script, and then you'll have everything.
Right.
But for now, you have nothing, right? You will make the coffee at the Starbucks until that modeling agency calls you. But until they call you, at that point, you'll have everything. You have nothing. That is the day-to-day dynamic of living in New York. It's a city for people who have everything and people who have nothing, who live in that, creaky studio in Chinatown that's falling apart, but who dream that one day they'll be on Park Avenue. That's it. There's no existence for a working class.
Well, and that's why you don't see families.
And that's why you don't see families there. And so for Mamdani to say, you know what, don't drink from the most prominent coffee chain in the city until workers get a fair shake, you can't. It's impossible to imagine a New York mayor doing that. I would never in a million years think a New York mayor would do that. Now,
our current mayor is on a trip to Israel now.
Right, exactly. Like, big picture, is it a huge thing? No, but it's an important thing, and it's something that New Yorkers never thought they would get. They never thought they would get. And they voted for it, and now they're getting it, and they won it against all odds, against the most fanatical, maniacal, Zionist capitalists that this country knows, against the Bill Ackmans, right? Who poured, millions of dollars into the race. And so, look, you got to take things as they come. He's flawed like everybody else, but so far, this is what you voted for, right?
This is what you voted for, and take your victories where you get them.
Right.
Like, that is a pretty big victory when Bill Ackman and Michael Bloomberg literally put fucking tens of millions of dollars into this race and lost against a freaking Muslim who refused to acknowledge Israel's right to exist as an apartheid state. Like, take the win. It doesn't mean you can't criticize, but take the win.
Of course. No doubt about it. All right. Let's move on right along here. All right, folks. I just want to give a brief word from our friend John Koa, who's got an album coming out. It's called Songs from A to Z. It's 34 tracks. It involves lots of covers and original songs, just a little off the rails we featured on the show. We've also featured the cover of The Boy in the Bubble by Paul Simon, as well as the Bob Dylan new classic of sorts, Not Dark Yet. He's also got Boots of Spanish Leather on there. That's another great Dylan song. Dead Flowers by the Rolling Stones. I love that one. Give Me Shelter, another Stones tune. The Leonard Cohen staple, Hallelujah. Almost Cut My Hair by Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. Some more contemporary covers like Angel in the Snow by Elliott Smith. And Excuse Me, Mister by Ben Harper. So go and check it out. It is dudissidents.com/Koa. That takes you to a link to all of his socials, including his Spotify, his Apple Music, and even a YouTube channel. So however you get your music, YouTube, Apple, or Spotify, he's all three of those places. Go check out the links to the sites, dudissidents.com/Koa. Okay. Why don't you take some super chats in and I'll catch up with the Rumble rants.
Okie doke. All right. We already got that one.
Got that one.
Massimilian Urbani. Yo, listening while working on the car. Alternator died in my BA Falcon. God bless Aussie built cars while we had them. Keep it up, boys.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Salsa Boys. Shmuley looks like an extra from Waterworld.
He really does. That's good. I like that.
That's a good one.
Yes.
Look, I ran into Rappaport. Sooner or later, I am going to wind up covering something that Shmuley is at.
Shmuley's there. Yeah.
And then we're going to have a lot of fun. Jim Talib, super sticker. Thank you, ma'am. Why Two Eyes? Anybody seen the new Frankenstein? Any good? It's funny you say that. So I'm a simple man. I don't buy new things until the old thing breaks. So my TV of 10 years broke. I just got one of these newfangled OLED TVs that have much sharper picture. They can do a real black in a way LED can't, because it's all based on a backlight. And I watched that shit. That was cinematographically amazing. Like, the cinematography was insane. And overall, yeah, it was very good. It was very good.
There you go.
Queensboro Figs. The Duran had Robert Barnes as a guest. He said that Susie Wiles and Scott Bessent are breaking MAGA. Wiles' dad was Pat Summerall, CBS football commentator.
Yeah, I'm gonna put most of the blame on the cocksucking pedophile. That's what I think. That's what I blame. That's what I think's breaking up MAGA.
Queensboro Figs. Redacted had Mike Adams as a guest. Adams also pointed to Susie Weil as the person destroying MAGA and Maha. She has too much power over Trump. Old Deep Throat is doing a pretty good job breaking up his coalition all by himself.
Oh yeah.
Segkeg 79. Keep thinking of a piece the LA Times ran 20-ish years ago on firefighters and teachers not being able to afford to live in Santa Barbara whenever NYC Affordable comes up. How is this sustainable? I think I know what you mean. Yeah, like that piece, that was one of those think pieces that got a lot of publicity. Yeah, man. Well, this is what I keep saying. They want you dead. They want you dead.
Yeah, it's not sustainable.
Their plan is you die.
Right.
Their plan, they want you in the they live world.
Right.
Where you have kind of like tent cities full of the displaced working class kind of coming around to the houses of the rich asking if they need any work done.
Yeah.
Kuznetsky Bassane. Andrew Ross Sorkin is an apologist for banksters who tanked the world economy in 2009 by robbing their own banks.
Oh, yes, indeed. All right, let me take some here. Do that last
Zeshan Qureshi. Amazing as always, and free Palestine. Would ever have Candace on your show if she agrees? Yeah,
we don't.
We're way too small for Candace. She's not coming on.
I was going to say, no, we wouldn't be interested in that. Yeah, of course we'd have her on. Yeah, obviously, no. Candace, why? Candace Owens, why would we have her? Yeah, obviously we would. I think we're too small.
Yeah.
But hopefully not for long. We can dream. Goo81, did you hear about the 153 Palestinian Gazans deported to South Africa by Israel in a charter plane that was not scheduled to South Africa?
Yeah.
And South Africa is investigating how it's possible. Yes, I did. Thank you for that. Is Trump spraying perfume on a jihadi the new putting lipstick on a pig? Ha, good one, Bible. Professor Brownell, T-shirts, sweaters, sweatshirts. I'm with stupid with arrow left for Keaton. I'm with stupid with arrow right for Russ. There you go. That would be fun. Okay, what do we got? Beto One Sita thinks, how the hell did Trump become the first LGBTQ president? Good one. I like that. Vianticus Prime. Wow, that was the lamest Seinfeld impression ever. Why won't you release the surveillance footage? Yeah, there we go. Healing Tarzan. After hearing that Trump blew Ghislaine's horse Bubba, Cenk Uygur was heard to exclaim, "This is what I voted for." Good one. I like that. Vianticus Prime, you should probably figure out a way to add "why won't they release the surveillance footage" to your intro. Yeah, people like that. You're the second guy to appreciate that tone of voice. In honor of America's Jew Rabbi Shmuley, Super Chat should be renamed Jew Shakedowns. Yeah, good one. Eric Rousseau, is it me or does Shmuley have a homeless beard? No, he does look like an extra from Waterworld. That was a very good, that was a good comparison. EO Shush says MAGA was done with Trump when they heard what Trump did to Bill Clinton, but come back stronger than ever when they learned Bubba was a horse. Yeah, that's right. Noam Chomsky is not guilty of anything sorted in the Epstein files. He can't be. He manufactured the necessary consent. Ah, good one. Look at that. Look at the wordsmiths we have in the chat today. Good one. That's highbrow humor. Sugoi is a Japanese word that basically means amazing. Oh, thank you, Vianticus Prime. Appreciate that. All right, we will move right on along. All right, folks, this is the big story of the night, of course. So, last night on Air Force One, Donald Trump had the following to say about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Something happened to her over the last period of a month or two.
And by the way, I stay home 98% of the time. The last thing I want to do is travel 22 hours in an airplane, as nice as this plane is. So, you know, Marjorie Taylor Greene is not anyway, I mean, she is a very different thinking than I have. Something happened to her over the last period of a month or two where she changed, I think, politically. I think that her constituents aren't going to be happy. Already, I have people calling me. They want to challenge her to a race in her district in Georgia. And
Yeah, they file that under things that never happened. That did not happen.
You know, that's too bad. She's lost a wonderful conservative reputation. But when she says, don't go overseas, if I didn't go overseas, we might be in a war right now with China.
All right.
Oh, yeah, that was going to happen.
Yeah. No, he's got people calling saying they want they want to primary Marjorie Taylor Greene. Well, that was the warning shot, and here came the big shot. Donald Trump truthed out 2 nights ago. This would have been Friday night. I am withdrawing my support and endorsement of, quote, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of the great state of Georgia. Over the past few weeks, despite my creating record achievements for our country, including a total and complete victory on the shutdown, closed borders, low taxes, no men and women's sports, or transgender for everyone, ending DEI, stopping Biden's record-setting inflation, biggest regulation cuts in history, stopping 8 wars, rebuilding our military, being respected by every country in the world as opposed to being the laughingstock that we were, blah, 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 having trillions of dollars. Okay,
taking
fine.
Bill Clinton's joint.
Yeah. Yeah, right, exactly. Let's just skip to the substantive part here. All I see wacky Marjorie do is complain, complain, complain. It seemed to all begin when I sent her a poll stating that she should not run for senator or governor. She was at 12% and didn't have a chance, unless, of course, she had my endorsement, which she wasn't about to get. She has told many people that she is upset that I don't return her phone calls anymore. Plant a flag there, because that's apparently not true. She did not call him. But with 219 congressmen and women, 53 U.S. senators, 24 cabinet members, almost 200 countries, and an otherwise normal life to lead, I can't take a ranting lunatic's call every day. I understand that wonderful conservative people are thinking about primarying Marjorie in her district of Georgia, that they too are fed up with her and her antics, and if the right person runs, they will have my complete and unyielding support. She has gone far left, even doing The View with their low IQ Republican-hating anchors. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. Wow. So Marjorie Taylor Greene tweeted back, President Trump just attacked me and lied about me. I haven't called him at all, but I did send these text messages today. Apparently, this is what sent him over the edge. The Epstein files. And of course, he's coming after me hard to make an example to scare all the other Republicans before next week's vote to release the Epstein files. Yeah, the vote's scheduled for Tuesday. That is going to be a hell of a day. It's astonishing, really, how hard he's fighting to stop the Epstein files from coming out, that he actually goes to this level. But really, most Americans wish he would fight this hard to help the forgotten men and women of America who are fed up with foreign wars and foreign causes, are going broke trying to feed their families, and are losing hope of ever achieving the American dream. That's what I voted for. I have supported President Trump with too much of my precious time, too much of my own money, and fought harder for him even when almost all the other Republicans turned their back and denounced him. But I don't worship or serve Donald Trump. I worship God, Jesus is my Savior, and I serve my district, Georgia's 14th, and the American people. I remain the same today as I've always been, and I will continue to pray this administration will be successful because the American people desperately deserve what they voted for. For me, I remain America first and America only. So the text that she's referring to, one, went to Donald Trump here, as you can see, DJT, the phone. Check the flight logs of Epstein's plane. Bill Clinton is on there like 26 times. Hillary, too. For many of us, releasing the Epstein files has always been for the women who were victims of Jeffrey Epstein, but also because we believe that Democrat bad guys like the Clintons were entangled and involved with him. Epstein was the spider that wove the web of the deep state. Lean into it. So she's trying to, remind him, hey, there's dirt on the Clintons in there, right? Don't you want that dirt on the Clintons? So this is to Natalie, I guess.
Rather naively, in my opinion.
Yeah. So,
well, you're not in there or anything. You have nothing to worry about.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. So I guess Natalie is a staffer of some kind, who chewed her out. The Jeffrey Epstein hoax, right? This is the screenshot that Marjorie released. In every single interview I have done, I've defended President Trump. I've said over and over the women said he did nothing wrong, and their attorney says he's the only one who helped. And the Democrats had 4 years to release the files but did nothing. Stop ignoring the women. Many of them literally voted for President Trump and say so publicly. Them being raped as teenagers is not a hoax. So she releases that with her tweet. So Ian Carroll replies, yeah, I'm a stand with the woman against pedos. Yes. Here's from Brown-Eyed Susan. MAGA needs to make a choice. The time has come. Admit you were conned down one road or support a pedo down the other road. The Hodge twins, these are MAGA guys. Trump stopped listening to the people. A lot of people had Marjorie Taylor Greene's back. Rick Wilson, the Lincoln Project guy, says, welcome to the resistance. Clint Russell, libertarian Mises Conquers guy, backed Trump. It's official. Donald Trump is abandoning MAGA, attacking MTG and Massie, which we'll get to in the next segment because he had words for Massie too last night, or Friday night, rather. All to cover up the Epstein files. Mind-blowing. He's going to get impeached, and honestly, I don't care. David Icke. Got to go to the OG, David Icke. He red pills the red pilled. He's the original red pillar, this guy. Marjorie, Trump supporters like you voted for a myth, an illusion, yes, who was never what he claimed to be. That's right. It's great that you were speaking out, but face reality. It's not that Trump has changed. It's just that the mask has come off big time. Yes, and what was always behind it is now on public display. Some of us saw it clearly in 2016. Well, you saw a lot that nobody else saw, David. It's a hard life to live. But Marjorie Taylor Greene still has her haters. One of them being Laura Loomer. So you could tell like the caliber of person, right, who supports Marjorie Taylor Greene versus the kind of people who are against Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? I told you Marjorie Taylor Greene was lying about having a great relationship with President Trump. Thank you, President Trump, for withdrawing your endorsement of Marjorie Taylor Greene. She thinks she speaks for MAGA. She doesn't. Trump just called MTG a ranting lunatic. Ha 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 ha. Cat turd. Wow, you talk about a fucking whore. Cat turd, really. Talk about mask off. I mean, he's already calls himself a cat, so he's already hiding behind an avatar. But wow, we all have to get behind a primary opponent for Marjorie Taylor Greene. Just mindlessly repeats that 12:24 a.m. and look at the ratio from cat turd. 5.8 thousand likes to 6.2 thousand comments. One of the comments was from Citizen Uprising. You are an idiot. You actually had a fan with her. You would be humiliated if you knew what Trump actually thought about you. Yeah, exactly. What a dork. You are a grown man obsessed with a low IQ pedo game show host. And there is Cat Turd fangirling out because Marjorie Taylor Greene once, not too long ago, year of our Lord 2022, sported the I Love Cat Turd shirt, but times have changed. So, after the night on Twitter, Marjorie Taylor Greene wakes up and says, "Good morning. I want to thank everyone who texted and posted and commented support for me. You all are so kind, and I appreciate, love, and support you too. I never thought that fighting to release the Epstein files, defending women who were victims of rape, and fighting to expose the web of rich, powerful elites would have caused this, but here we are. And it truly speaks for itself. There needs to be a new way forward. The toxic political industrial complex thrives on ripping us all apart, but never delivers anything good for the American people, whom I love. The PIC tells us to hate each other, fundraises off why we have to hate each other, and pits Americans against each other to the point of violence and nearing civil war. This is all so wrong. We can have our own differences and differing opinions, but we can still love and respect one another. We have far more in common than we have apart. I believe in the American people more than I believe in any leader or political party, and the American people deserve so much better than how they have been treated by both sides of the aisle. The way forward is America first, America only, and that may be the most dangerous pursuit of all." So Cat Turd responds to this. "I knew this was coming. Attack Trump for months on every far-left fake news show in the country, then pretend you have massive support, although 95% of your replies are negative, and play the victim. Next will be a fundraising tweet." Well, she didn't get ratioed, bud. You did. You did. So comments weren't as bad as you're saying. So she tweets out again, 11:40 a.m., a couple hours later. "I'm now being contacted by private security firms with warnings for my safety as a hotbed of threats against me are being fueled and egged on by the most powerful man in the world, the man I supported and helped get elected. Aggressive rhetoric attacking me has historically led to death threats and multiple convictions of men who are radicalized by the same type rhetoric being directed at me right now, this time by the President of the United States. As a woman, I take threats from men seriously. I now have a small understanding of the fear and pressure the women who are victims of Jeffrey Epstein and his cabal must feel. As a Republican who overwhelmingly votes for President Trump's bills and agenda, his aggression against me, which also fuels the venomous nature of his radical internet trolls, many of whom are paid. Yes, we did a whole segment on that because she called them out about a week ago. This is completely shocking to everyone. Yeah, I have a feeling not only is Cat Turd paid, I have a feeling a lot of his followers are paid or bots of some kind. Because, I don't believe that even he got 6,000 likes on, "We need to find a primary challenger." Why? Why? In what universe is Marjorie Taylor Greene the one turning her back on the MAGA base? And Donald Trump is actually delivering the goods for the MAGA base. Like, only if you are slavishly loyal to Trump in a way that does suggest, yes, I've said it, I've been the first to say it, and I'll say it again, sexual love for President Trump. If you're motivated by anything beyond that, how on earth can you possibly say that she's the one who turned her back on the MAGA movement? You can't. You can't. So I don't believe that Cat Turd's audience is organic, much less Cat Turd himself.
Well, increasingly, you're seeing that the dead internet theory, which I think when originally conceived was more of a conspiracy theory because the technology was not quite there yet. Now the technology is there. Now with the advance of AI, sending out an army of AI robot accounts is completely feasible. And if you actually look at the profiles of a lot of these accounts, where they're attacking someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene one after the other, they got like 27 followers. Like, right. They don't make sense. We showed one the other night where they were following 0 people. Who follows 0 people, but had almost 8,000 followers? So that's a bot that's just constantly putting out comments that chuds are going to like. So they built up a certain amount of followers. We saw it when we had that viral video. What was it? It was something about Israel that you did.
Yeah, it was the Mamdani thing.
It was a Mamdani thing. Yeah. And you could see a bot swarm because they all said exactly the same thing in slightly different words.
Right. Exactly. My phone is blowing up with constant amazing support. I'm so thankful. The political industrial complex and the toxic violent nature of American politics must end. Our country is worth saving, and it can only be done if we pull together and save ourselves. Now look at Cat Turd just pumping at Cat Turd quote tweets that 3 times. Quote tweets it the same tweet 3 separate times. She gets more pathetic by the minute. Well, actually, it seems like you get more pathetic by the minute. I mean, like literally by the minute. You quote tweet the same tweet 3 times. I told you this morning she'd be playing victim all day today. Oh, for fuck's sake, out of the liberal playbook, meaning that she's, claiming, to be in danger. So Donald Trump wasn't done. As she's tweeting this out, he's doubling and tripling down. Lightweight Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, green grass turns brown when it begins to rot. That is the lamest joke I've ever heard. I mean, and I have somewhat of I have affection for lame jokes. I'll make a dad joke every once in a while, but that is pathetic.
Wait, what did he hire Hillary to do his material?
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Betrayed the entire Republican Party when she turned left, performed poorly on The Pathetic View, and became the rhino that we all know she always was. Just another fake politician, no different than Rand Paul Jr., Thomas Massie, who got caught being a full-fledged Republican in name only. Make America great again. And shortly after that, Marjorie Taylor Greene is a disgrace to our great Republican Party. So Cat Health Ranger says, Cat Turd is going to go down with the Trump regime Titanic. The rest of us are going to stick with principles, not cult of personality worship. I said, Marjorie Taylor Greene read the writing on the wall faster than any of her peers, and she'll come out of this just fine. Her GOP colleagues, who remain sycophantic to this fraudulent administration, will be persona non grata in D.C. and everywhere else in the very near future. Yeah, she's playing this exactly right. She's playing this exactly right. She is tacking to what is the actual center in American politics, which is traditional, values. Now, she takes it a little further than traditional values, but she, obviously is right of center on the culture issues. And I'm not going to say she's left of center on economics, but she expresses a concern about affordability, which, of course, was the buzzword of election 2025 and is going to be the major theme of election 2026. So what she's clearly doing is positioning herself as someone who can carry the torch of what she's now calling America First, America Only, branding herself now different from, of course, MAGA. But if you look at this, if you want any more proof, Trump's base is turning against him. If the comments on his Truth Social blog are of any indication, we're not going to read all of these, but this is a sample of what that guy tweeted. MAGA is dead, real Donald Trump. 3-time voter for you. You've abandoned America first. Now, not all Republicans jump ship. Congressman Troy Nehls, which I tried to find video of this, I just couldn't find it. It's out there somewhere. We showed it. He was the guy who was out smoking a cigar after the big, beautiful bill passed and talking about how we're only going to cut health care for the people who are scamming the system, right? So this guy,
Boss Hog.
Boss Hog, exactly. Yeah, we should call him Boss Hog. He says, I'll be voting no on the Epstein hoax. Wow. The Democrats are using the Epstein hoax to distract us from the winning of President Trump and his administration. Oh, yeah, big winning going on. So much winning. My message to my Republican colleagues, don't let this noise keep us from delivering on the mandate the American people gave us. President Trump, I stand by you in the fight to save America. I'm not going to let this hoax manufactured by Democrats slow us down. Readers added context. Representative Nehls is no stranger to hiding evidence. He was previously fired from a police department for numerous violations, to include destruction of evidence. That's fun. You know what's also fun? Look at that ratio. 4.2 thousand likes. Again, I would bet most of those are artificial. Again, how could you like that? Like how? How? 16,000 comments. Marjorie Taylor Greene pointed out, the ratio on this post should serve as the ultimate warning to all of my Republican colleagues. You vote no on Tuesday to release the Epstein files and face severe outrage from America. Yes. Republicans don't have support from women, and this right here is a perfect example of why. Exactly. I told you on the last show that last week was a tipping point. The tipping point was, okay, there's going to come a time when Republicans fear getting on the wrong side of Donald Trump, right? And then the tipping point is when they no longer fear getting on the wrong side of Donald Trump. And once you're past that tipping point, the scales then reverse, where now you have to distance yourself from Donald Trump. Now you have to choose on Tuesday. All of these Republicans are going to have to choose, do I incur the wrath of Donald Trump and vote yes to release the Epstein files? Or, as Marjorie Taylor Greene said, do I incur the wrath of the American people and vote no to block the release of the Epstein files? We are now past that tipping point, where now to be on the right side of Trump is to be on the wrong side of the people, which means they can't really run to Trump for cover anymore because he really gives them none. I don't even know if he gives them any in a primary. I suspect Marjorie Taylor Greene is going to blow out whoever challenges her. I believe Thomas Massie is going to blow out whoever challenges him.
Yep.
Like the scale has totally tipped. Last week was the tipping point. We are now past it. And once that scale tips, it's a very steep incline going the other way. And now Donald Trump is leading a dead movement. And if you need any more evidence of that, here's a good reminder. Marjorie Taylor Greene stood by Trump after January 6, 2021, and Lindsey Graham rolled Trump under the bus. So why is Trump supporting Graham and not Marjorie Taylor Greene? That's right. Here's Lindsey Graham talking about how it's time to move on from Donald Trump after January 6th.
We've had a hell of a journey. I hate it being this way. Oh, my God, I hate it. From my point of view, he's been a consequential president. But today, first thing you'll see, all I can say is count me out. Enough is enough.
Count me out. Enough is enough. Marjorie Taylor Greene very famously stood by Donald Trump through that. But it was Lindsey Graham's birthday the other day, and look who Donald Trump brought to the golf course. What a great day playing golf with President Trump. So much fun today at the Trump-Graham Golf Classic that will benefit the Republican cause greatly. Thank you, Mr. President. That's MAGA now. And Marjorie Taylor Greene took note of that. America first, America only. There you go. There you go. She gets an A on the Liberty score, Lindsey Graham, an F on the Liberty score. So, yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene played her cards, I think, exactly right. I think you are past a tipping point by this point. At this point, obviously, if Lindsey Graham is a member of good standing within the MAGA movement and Marjorie Taylor Greene is in exile, what that means is that the MAGA movement is a dead movement. It is an obsolete movement. Right. And Donald Trump killed it. He killed it for Israel. He killed it for Epstein, which is probably a redundancy. And he killed it for Elon and for Larry Ellison and for these big tech oligarchs. And, this is something that we on this show both saw coming a mile away. After October 7th, we said Israel is going to be the downfall of Trump. And then when Elon joined the campaign, it was very obvious that big tech was going to be another dagger in the heart of the MAGA movement. And here we are. Didn't even take 1 year. And now they lost one of their star players who is going to go on to have a much brighter future than Troy Nels, right? Who sucks on a cigar and says, no, I'm going to vote to block the hoax Epstein files release. Incredibly self-destructive. But Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think, played her cards exactly right. I think she's going to come out of this just fine. And I think you're going to see a lot of Republicans on Tuesday surprise a lot of people and vote yes to release the Epstein files, because we are now in an era where Donald Trump is a liability to the Republican Party, not an asset.
Yeah. Well, this is something, going way back to 2016 that a lot of us were saying. The kind of politics Trump was pretending to have are the sweet spot. If somebody arrives at creating a political movement and actually sticks to it, that is not pushing a lot of culture war stuff on either side. People don't want that from their politicians. They really don't. Not most people. That's a very small minority. get off the culture shit, focus on economics, leave people alone, just basically go libertarian on culture, let people live their lives within reason. And that movement will win. That movement will win. Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene is going back to positioning herself as that, as Trump has demonstrated that he really is not that. Now, the Democrats are very blessed with their base in regards to not usually having to face real mass uprisings from their core voters, because their core voters are made up of brutalized minorities who are terrified of what Republicans will do to them, and very rich people who don't really need politicians to solve their problems. For them, politics is a lifestyle brand. It's not something that they embrace, they get involved in because they need politicians to do something for them. So between those two factors, they can stab their base in the back, in the face, in the neck, and they're fine. Not so with MAGA's base, because MAGA's base is largely made up of people who need the government to do something for them. And while the prescriptions that Trump offered were bound to fail, they were sold on the idea it was going to succeed.
Right.
And now they're finding out he's not even going to do those things that he promised he was going to do for them that would have failed anyway, but they believed were going to succeed. That kind of base that actually needs politics to do something for them, they're going to turn on you. They're going to turn on you. And these, you know, because you have a wider base than the Democrat, even when they are in a financially precarious position, they don't have the worldview of people who have been subject to horrible racist violence and oppression. They just don't think that way about what they need government to protect them from. So they're much more willing to go after their own than the Democrats' base of very poor and very rich are willing to do.
Well, yeah, and if you look, I mean, one of the states that's been very closely polled in these past few months has been Iowa, because Iowa went red for Trump since 2016, but it went blue for Obama twice. It went blue for Kerry, red for Bush. Like it is historically not a deep red state. It's trended very red, just like Ohio's trended very red. And you're seeing congressional districts in Iowa with 15, 20-point swings in the Democrats' direction. Well, why is that? You've literally given people absolutely no choice but to take a flyer on a party that they also hate. I mean, this is how you know it's a dead movement. They're getting routed like this to a party with an approval rating in the 20s. Democrats have an approval rating in the 20s. Not even in the 30s, in the 20s, and you're getting smoked. Why? If you're an Iowa farmer, Trump has tariffed you out of profitability and closed your hospitals. So, like, what choice do people have but to jump ship? Like, you have failed people in just unbelievable ways. Like, this is why I say I've never seen an administration be this destructive in its first year, to just come in and blow it in every direction, to the point where you got 20-point swings to the Democrats in Iowa, even though they hate Democrats. Even though they hate them. 20,
for good reason.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, it's just unbelievable. Like, that's how bad it's gotten. Like, you've literally given people no choice.
Well, this is why I say, like, yeah, right now, it might not seem that way, but this is the end of this whole strain of conservatism.
It's the end of the whole thing. People are worried
they're
about...
They're never going to be able to sell this again.
People are worried about Nick Fuentes and the Groypers and stuff, and no. I mean, I wouldn't be, because they're not going to be viable after this. None of this whole thing is going to have legs after this. It's just leaving too sour a taste in people's mouth. I made this point last week, and I'm not making the comparison to the Nazis in Germany, but you know how the Nazis left a real sour taste in the mouth of a lot of Europeans, where, like, they just don't want anything to do with these right-wing nationalist parties anymore. Even to this day, it's hard for a right-wing nationalist party to win. That's the effect that this is having, right? Not saying they are equal. I'm saying they're having a similar effect on the politics. Right.
It's giving people a taste of what this is like when you take it to its logical conclusion.
Like, this is they are just not to be trusted with power, no matter what, ever again. that is the position you're putting.
You know
people
what?
in.
Fine. I'll take a black Little Mermaid. It's fine.
Yeah, it didn't
It's
have to
fine.
be that
Just
way.
give me back my ACA subsidies.
When you tariff them out of profitability, when you close their hospitals, when you double their health care premiums, when you slash Medicaid, when you send money that should be going to Medicaid to Argentina, to bet, like, it's too much for people to take. They can't take it.
It really is just amazing how any restraint they might have just out of a sense of political self-preservation, just out the window. That's why we've never seen anything like this. Because it's not that they're doing things that nobody might have wanted to do, but they would have been afraid of the political consequences.
Right. They just go all in. All right, so we're talking about the fallout between Marjorie Taylor Greene and Donald Trump. You went on a tweet storm against Marjorie Taylor Greene Friday night into Saturday morning, but today was, of course, Sunday. And so Marjorie Taylor Greene went on the CNN Sunday morning show, and Dana Bash told her, hey, you denounced Donald Trump's nasty rhetoric, but if we're being fair and keeping score here, haven't you engaged in a lot of that nasty rhetoric herself, and do you regret that? And Marjorie Taylor Greene gave a surprisingly candid answer. So let's take a look.
X that President Trump is, with his comments, fueling a, quote, hotbed of threats against you. Obviously, any threats to your safety are completely unacceptable. But we have seen these kinds of attacks or criticism from the president at other people. It's not new. And with respect, I haven't heard you speak out about it until it was directed at you.
Dana, I think that's fair criticism. And I would like to say humbly, I'm sorry for taking part in the toxic politics. It's very bad for our country. And it's been something I've thought about a lot, especially since Charlie Kirk was assassinated, is that I'm only responsible for myself and my own words and actions. And I am committed, and I've been working on this a lot lately, to put down the knives in politics. I really just want to see people be kind to one another, and we need to figure out a new path forward that is focused on the American people, because as Americans, no matter what side of the aisle we're on, we have far more in common than we have differences. Yeah. And we need to be able to respect each other with our disagreements.
See, that's a very smart answer. That plays very well to normal fucking people. Yes, like that. That plays very well to psychologically healthy, ordinary people. And I appreciate that she mentioned the assassination of Charlie Kirk there, because I think, I'm not in her head, obviously, but I can glean from that answer that she had kind of a similar reaction to that than I did, which is the realization that, oh my God, after a horrible event like this, which could very easily plunge the country into a literal hot civil war, like things were that hot, things were that fragile in that moment. It was shocking to me to see how many people, how many prominent people in the government and in influential places within the media space, like Stephen Miller, like Matt Walsh, right, come out and just chomp at the bit to get the Civil War going. It's like they were ready for it. It's as if they always wanted a Civil War and were just waiting for the opportunity to strike, and they couldn't find a camera. That's the plan, exactly. They couldn't find the camera fast enough to say, they hate us, there's no coexisting with these people, there's no unity with these people, we just have to crush them. And I think, and this is what I urged this at the time, I urged this on both sides, much to the displeasure of some on our side. I urge people not to take part in that, not to take that bait, because that is clearly was clearly the event that the oligarchs wanted to use to accelerate the collapse of society so that they can use their power, their capital, and their technology to build their dystopian future out of the ruins. And I think, gleaning from this answer, that she saw it that way as well, because she wasn't out there saying how we all need to kill each other. She was out there, basically. In fact, I think in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk thing, she was the one who called for a national divorce, right? Now, I'm sure she wouldn't call for that now, but I think it's important to see her instinct was to just be like, hey, you know what? We don't want a civil war. We don't want violence. If there are irreconcilable differences between the states, maybe we should just live side by side as neighbors, not as one United States, so that we don't destroy each other violently. I'm pretty sure that was her take. I just thought of it now. Otherwise, I would have researched it and put it in the exhibit. I'll cut it if that's not the take, but I'm pretty sure that's what she said. And that's indicative of a certain instinct, an instinct for peace, an instinct for civility, an instinct for sanity. But that, unfortunately, is not shared amongst everyone. So let's take a look at Matt Walsh's response to this. Leftists celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder and then elected an AG who openly fantasizes about killing us and our children. And now Republicans are going on CNN to apologize for their toxic rhetoric. What the hell is going on? Blue Sky Lib says she ran out of roads to conservative power outside of the House. So like others before her, she has decided that being anti-Trump is the only option left. How did that work out for Cheney and Kinzinger? Same path. See her on Blue Sky soon. No, not the same path. Cheney and Kinzinger ran to the place that, frankly, Donald Trump is running to now, which is neocon foreign policy, post 9/11 surveillance. Like, actually, Donald Trump has become much more like Liz Cheney than Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's why there's the rift here. Mike Cernovich says, bendy the knee to the enemy. What, for talking about unity? For talking about civility? For talking about how, hey, you know what? We can disagree with each other without brutalizing each other. That's a message that appeals to most sane people. But in Cernovich's mind, that's surrender. So Marjorie Taylor Greene claps back and says, wrong. Jesus told his disciples, if you love me, you will obey my commands. Jesus commands us to forgive one another and even ties our own forgiveness to our willingness to forgive, as Jesus said in the Lord's Prayer. As he was being nailed to the cross, Jesus said, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. See, she's even, reaching out to the Jews. Obeying Jesus and forgiving and asking forgiveness is not bending the knee. It's walking in obedience to Christ our Lord and putting our faith into action. Nothing has changed about me except I refuse to continue to be a part of the evil, toxic insanity of the political industrial complex that is ripping our country apart. It's getting us nowhere and doesn't solve any of the problems facing my children's future.
Jesus. Marjorie Taylor Greene being the voice of reason was not on my bingo card this year.
No. That's what it comes to. Where did Dana Bash ask you for forgiveness, says Mike Cernovich? Where did any lib who incited death against Charlie Kirk ask for your forgiveness? See how just like they are just ready to fight. Like, tell me these people don't want to fight. Mm-hmm. Like they've just made up in their minds that this mass swell of people were out there celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. I would argue no reasonable person was cheering that on. But
no, there were people who were not willing in the face of his death to suddenly pretend they liked him.
Right, exactly.
Or that he was a saint, or that they supported his views. That's not the same as celebrating. What are you guys going to say? What if somebody took out Hillary Clinton? What would you guys be saying?
What would you say? You loved her? Yeah. Right. You would.
I mean, you guys would celebrate. Frankly.
You guys probably would celebrate. Yeah, you probably would celebrate. The mainstream opinion on the left was that we are not going to whitewash Charlie Kirk's legacy, but at the same time, we condemn, obviously, the violence that took his life. And I would argue that that is a completely reasonable take. But they didn't want that out there. These people clearly want the collapse of society. They hate America. Matt Walsh hates America. Mike Cernovich hates America. They don't like the current system. They see acceleration into collapse as a necessary precursor to building a new system that they like better than this one. Marjorie Taylor Greene actually likes America. She actually likes Americans. She likes American families. She wants Americans to be able to live peacefully and civilly, even as they disagree with other people. And she wants to implement her agenda, which is a right-wing agenda that I object on many issues. But she actually wants to implement that the old-fashioned way, through like winning debates and going through democratic systems, as opposed to collapsing the country into civil war and techno feudalism. So that's the difference there.
Yeah,
we're almost done. Let me just get through the last couple of these. Sean Farash says Marjorie Taylor Greene didn't get her way, so she ran to CNN and begged for acceptance from communists. Yeah, Dana bashed the communists. They're just delusional.
She's a real commie.
What a disgrace.
Foaming at the mouth Zionist, Dana Bash.
Here's Cat Turd, the most pitiful thing I've seen in years. And Cynthia Holt, here's a real beacon of class here. She's not one of us. She can go where she wants now, but she don't speak for MAGA anymore. She's been excommunicated. She can go sit next to, I can't say the word, but Schmaggot. Yeah, Rand Paul and Masshole, the cheating farm fucker. So that's the caliber of person who's having a meltdown about Marjorie Taylor Greene calling for some civility, right? Calling for some kind of normalcy, right? Accepting responsibility for having played a part in the toxic political culture, having the courage to say, I'm sorry. You don't really hear politicians ever just come out and say, I'm sorry.
No.
They'll say, I regret this, I regret that. Maybe, they usually couch it in some kind of way. To actually just come out and say, hey, you know what? That's a fair criticism. I humbly say that I'm sorry for that. That strikes most people as like very refreshing and very encouraging at a time of such instability, right? She is presenting herself as a voice for civility, as a voice for stability in very uncertain times. And I think she's nailing it. Doesn't mean I like everything that she's about. I think she cowered at the last minute and voted for this big beautiful bill, which is going to have disastrous consequences for the kinds of people who she says she cares about so much. So look, I mean, she's flawed.
And she's not an idiot. Like, no, you understood what that bill was going to do. Of course. And you voted for it.
Of course. So look, she's flawed. Mamdani is flawed. All these people are flawed. If you're gonna disqualify these people based on any one thing they did that you don't like, well, then you're not going to have much to talk about or much to evaluate, at least in this realm of like political discourse. But in terms of this moment, she's nailing it. She's hitting the exact right notes, and she's making a fool out of all of these goons who just rage at her for standing by her principles as articulated by the MAGA movement until 3 months ago, and B, coming out of this saying, hey, you know what? As much as I'm principled, I also don't want to see the country burn. I don't want to see the American people eat each other alive over this because it's extremely destructive and extremely dangerous. And she is not only presenting herself very well, she is exposing all of these other ghouls for who they are, which are just people who very much want to see this country burn. They want to inflict, they want to see pain. They think pain is necessary. And I think she's doing very well.
Yeah, these people like Cernovich, Matt Walsh, they're really like the familiars in Blade, the people who worked with the vampires thinking they're going to be saved at the end because they helped them. Right. The oligarchs, they don't care about you. They don't care about you. Joe Rogan going out there being the Leni Riefenstahl of the oligarch class, thinking that's good, that in the end they're going to bring them into the bunker. Yeah, they do not care about you. They're using these, as Marjorie Taylor Greene says, very clearly paid propagandists to push an agenda that is ultimately the Curtis Yarvin agenda. And what does that agenda bring together? The worst elements of society. What do they want? They want a king. That's what Curtis Yarvin describes. It's a modern kingship. It's a CEO kind of vision of a monarchy. It's a new spin on monarchy. What do little fascist punks like Matt Walsh want? It's what they want. Some kind of like theocratic Christian monarchy that can impose his vision of how people should live on society, whether they like it or not.
Right.
They are, as they scream about being anti-American or being traitorous, they are deeply traitorous and anti-American. They are a cancer on society, and people are waking up to that. Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene, what is smart about what she's doing? What's her sincerity? Look, I've made no secret of what I think about religion. But hey, if you take the Christian principles seriously and you live by them, well, that's not a bad way to live. That's not a bad philosophy to live by. And sometimes you do see people who are sincere Christians who will have moments like that somebody who's not driven by a deep faith would have, like apologizing that way. Because in the end, that doesn't really seem like politically calculated, because you know how many people you're gonna anger by apologizing on CNN of all places, right? I kind of take her at her word that that's partly driven by her religious faith. You will see if she's serious going forward by how she votes. I mean, that's where the rubber meets the road. Her and Thomas Massie have very credibly picked up the banner of what people who supported Trump thought they were supporting. And yeah, they're leaving Trump behind. Trump is, I believe, going to be remembered probably as the worst president in American history. And you're going to be hard-pressed to find anyone who doesn't despise him, because he's going to wind up being despised by his own, which is going to, we have long said, Ellen is going to be dancing with Trump and, or the equivalent, just like they did with George Bush. I'm starting to think, no, there's not going to really be any momentum for rehabilitating Donald Trump. It would be like trying to rehabilitate Boss Tweed. Like, I just don't think that's going to happen in this particular case. He is not going to be able to settle into honored emeritus status. He's going to be deeply despised, assuming he lives. Like, he could, man, the guy likes cheeseburgers and he's pushing 80. Like, he could drop dead on any given day. But if he lives into a post-presidency, it's not going to be like any other post-presidency.
Well, one thing Marjorie Taylor Greene is, I'm sure, being honest about is when she says she's getting calls from people in her district telling her what they think of all this. And this is where I think, I think it's very possible, if not likely, that she was sincere in her regret for having, been such a vicious attack dog for Trump. I mean, I'm sure she regrets it now, because, see, an asshole is always a lot of fun to be friends with as long as they're directing their venom outward. But when they turn sideways and direct it at you, they're not so fun anymore, right? So I think some of it is
a lot
that.
of our fans have learned that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I think she certainly feels some regret there. So to the extent that it was calculation versus a sincere sentiment, who knows? But what I can tell you is that it is the politically smart thing to do.
Sure.
She understands how unpopular this administration is. In her home state of Georgia, they just had, I think, a utility commissioner race. It was some like bureaucratic bullshit position that was, it's basically the entire state votes to appoint people to this board or whatever it was. I forget what the exact title was. Democrats won it by 25 points. I think it was 62 to 37.
Right.
When did Democrats win statewide races in Georgia? Ever. Ever. Stacey Abrams couldn't even win in Georgia by 1 point. 25 points in Georgia? So she understands that, like, the smart thing to do at this point is just say you're sorry, change course as fast as you can. That is the politically smart move. And I think a lot of her colleagues understand that too, which is why I'm expecting, as is Mike Johnson,
Tuesday will be interesting.
Yes, a lot of votes to release the Epstein files. On Tuesday, you're going to find out just how much Donald Trump's stock has fallen within the Republican Party. And I think people are going to be very surprised to see that they get a lot of defections. A lot. All right, let's take some Super Chats and Rumble Rants. Go to some Super Chats first. Why not?
All right. Peace is better. Love you two, but I'm so tired of both of you reminding us of those who you don't agree with on everything. Tell us who you agree with on everything, please. Each other.
Yeah.
Each other.
Mao.
Yeah. Mao.
You happy?
Jim Jones. That's why I wore the shirt.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm a big Jim Jones head. I have like 6 boxes of Kool-Aid in the cabinets. Kuznetsky Bassane. If you can hit rock bottom in New York, you can hit rock bottom anywhere. That's how the song goes.
That's right.
Andy Gardner, Trump, Bubba, and Santorum. The KFC grease coming from the sweat. The idea alone is an extreme cure for narcolepsy. So there you go. God, Rick Santorum. I haven't thought about him in a long time.
Yeah.
Charles Gracia. Up to this point in DD lore, gay for Trump is still my favorite Keaton Weiss say.
Thank you.
Jolly Man Big Boy. I need to know if Cat Turd has an entire team behind him or if he is, in fact, an actual cat turd. Well, it could be both. Could be a cat turd with a team behind him.
Yeah.
Brad Gilbert. Collapses are slow, then fast. Trump going to crash hard. It is coming apart pretty quick.
Man. It's coming apart. Yeah.
The wheels are coming off. JM. I think that guy confused Lindsey Graham with Rand Paul. Did he?
No, I don't think so. No, I think she was talking about. I think you're talking about the person who called them a bundle of sticks. No, I think they meant Rand Paul and Massie. Yeah.
Yeah. JM. At least MTG is standing up to her party, whatever the motive, I guess. Yeah, sure. I mean, we'll see as time goes on what she does.
Yep.
The transcendental man. It's not an enigma that the raging Zionists want to see America crumble as they cheer on the greater Israeli technocracy led by the reptile and Palantir. I didn't know Icky was a fan of our show.
All right, I'll take some Rumble Rants. Do you want to do Tucker now? Because we're probably going to skip segment 7, so this way we'll break it up a little bit. So you'll do Tucker, then I'll do Massie, and then you'll do Blake.
Yeah. Okay.
And the last one. Okay, cool.
Yep.
All right. The Anticus Prime. Think of it this way: companies paid their employees a living wage and their CEOs little for decades, and those companies lasted. Now, after the pays change, corporations drop like flies. Thank you, Vianticus. Eric Rousseau, who drinks Starbucks coffee? It's horrible coffee. New Yorkers like their Starbucks, man.
I never liked it. I never liked Starbucks, but yes, it's popular here.
It is popular. Vito, thanks for the $50, Vito. Appreciate that. My brush with death in 2024 reminded me of just how short and precious life is and how unforgivable the murder of children is. Cancer sucks. You all rock. Well, thank you, Vito. Appreciate you sticking with us. Kenman G. Cat turd is the only pussy Trump never grabbed. Ha ha, good one. Mark Dansky. The Dems need to throw a political corpse on the Epstein fire to stop the hoax argument. I love the smell of an Arkansas barbecue. Thank you. Seamus Warren says President Donnie Taco almost sounds like a soprano when he says, don't worry about it or forget about it. Forget about it. That's right, Donnie Taco. Seamus Warren, do political compass test results reflect your position on the spectrum? Take the test and find out. Oh, yeah, I remember that. I'd like to take that again. I haven't taken that in like, I don't know, probably 15 years. It's been forever. But thank you for that. Appreciate it. Professor Brown note, muttering official when Russ at Chinese customs. Why the fuck every time China builds something, the fucking Mongolians come? Yeah, right? It's a good one. Eric Rousseau.
I am going to the Great Wall.
There you go.
My ancestors built.
That's right. What more likely, the elites get a civil war, the people rise up with a class war? Well, certainly the people in power now want the former. And I think, it's going to take Russ and I were talking about this earlier today. It's going to it takes 50 years of union organizing before you could even get to a general strike, much less any kind of thing like that. Which means civil war is more likely, and that's why I think we have to band together in ways that, Marjorie Taylor Greene talks about to prevent that from happening. Because the beneficiaries of that are the people trying to egg it on. Why do you think Elon is out there telling people, be afraid? Because because they have the capital, the technology,
War
and
is
the power.
inevitable. Civil war is inevitable.
Exactly. Like, they're the ones who want it, so can't give it to them.
And also, I'm building these robots because I want to help people.
Right, yeah. Furrow Squeen says, am I living in a bizarro world? The tolerant left has that piece of shit AOC, and the bullish right has MTG, and the latter has started begging like a regular person. But I may be dreaming, just woken up. Thank you, Furrow Squeen.
Yeah, AOC, the green-eyed monster, has definitely been stirred by MTG's new positive press. She's very upset about this.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about that. All right, let's move right on
I'm
along.
going to spill some tea.
Right, yeah, exactly. We got a big crowd in here tonight. 3598 in the YouTube chat, 1,400 over on Rumble. So that's 5,000 between all those. We are at 5,500. So smash that like button.
We don't even have a sound drop for that.
No. Well, our next sound drop is 6666. We're still a ways to go to get there, but we're on our way. So smash that like button, everybody. Thanks for being here tonight. And like I said, please smash the like button wherever you are. Smash that subscribe button on YouTube, the follow button over on Rumble. All right, we will move right on along.
All right. We have covered the Butler story before. There have been a lot of strange inconsistencies around it from the beginning. Here you see from July, before Butler shooting, Secret Service denied multiple requests to bolster Trump's security detail during his 2024 campaign, report says. And this is the one that really made a lot of people go, Reminder, the would-be assassin Thomas Matthew Crooks was featured in a 2023 BlackRock ad. The BlackRock ad was filmed at Bethel Park High School, which Crooks attended. As soon as this was discovered, BlackRock immediately pulled the ad. MK Ultra vibes. The oddest part about this finding for me was how quickly this was discovered. Like, how do you cross-reference the name, the school, BlackRock, and a brief sighting of a random kid at the 19-second mark of a random BlackRock commercial? Yeah, very, very, very strange. And now Tucker did a half-hour special report on this. So promoting it, he tweeted out, the FBI told us Thomas Crooks tried to kill Donald Trump last summer, but somehow had no online footprint. The FBI lied, and we can prove it because we have his posts. The question is why? Story tomorrow.
Turns out his real name is Ira Crookstein from Boca Raton. What's that about?
To which FBI Rapid Response tweeted, this FBI has never said that Thomas Crooks had no online footprint, ever. That got community noted. In a July 30th, 2024 Senate hearing, FBI Deputy Director Paul Abate disclosed a social media account believed to be associated with the shooter. Quote, Abate went on to describe a general absence of other information to date from social media. And Glenn responded to this. The FBI created a new rapid response account to respond to Tucker's reporting about all the information the FBI continues to hide about Trump shooter Thomas Crooks, and it got a community note on its first day.
Yeah.
Has any other account been community noted its very first day?
They actually created that account in response to
just
Tucker
to
Carlson.
respond to Tucker. So there's a little more on that from Newsweek. Carlson said he had reached out to the FBI, which asked if he had verified the accounts. A response Carlson said had confused him since the authenticity is self-evident. Just to explain a little bit, because we're not going to show this is set up in the clip. They got contacted by a source who used private investigator methods to track down his social media accounts. They got a hold of the phone number through the phone number, found the email. Through the email, found which accounts he had, and he had about 12 accounts, which is a pretty considerable online footprint encompassing
as opposed
YouTube,
to
Telegram, as opposed to none. However, the FBI has seemingly drawn a distinction between the agency as it existed under President Joe Biden and under the second Trump administration. The account that replied to Carlson, FBI Rapid Response, was made in November 2025 with its first post on November 13th. Get it? So that's why they phrased it, this FBI.
Right.
Not the FBI, this FBI. It's very cute. The account has only 22,500 followers, which includes FBI Director Kash Patel and some prominent journalists such as CBS News senior White House reporter Jennifer Jacobs, indicating the account may be new, but it is authentic. All right, so Tucker includes some of what we already know, but also uncovers a lot that will be new to a lot of people. So we've got 4 clips here, so we'll stop and go as needed. Here we go.
You navigate to that YouTube page today, you can still see identical.
Okay, so here he's talking about Crooks's YouTube page, where he put up a lot of overt, violent threats against Democrats, liberals, and then later there's a mysterious change where he becomes anti-Trump and starts to make similar threats. But if any of you have used YouTube just to debate somebody, this is inconceivable that they would not have known somebody is doing this. You can't even call somebody a bundle of sticks on there anymore. So yeah, there's no way that you could post the stuff this guy was posting under the radar. So what Tucker is saying is they deleted his account, but the responses to him are still there.
Contextual comments and people referring to Thomas Crooks, including one user who wrote this: "You were on YouTube threatening to shoot government officials. I sure hope the FBI is monitoring social media for violent nutcases." That exchange is still available on Internet Archive websites. But the FBI didn't see that before the shooting? That's hard to believe. On various occasions, Crooks openly said things like, Mueller should be hanged along with the rest of the Democrats involved in that witch hunt, and I always believed being patriotic was lining up a bunch of socialist Jews, like the ones who booed Trump, and blasting their useless brains out with an AR. And yet, in early 2020, Crooks seemed to change radically. On January 23rd of that year, he referred to, quote, Trump's stupidity. He began to mock the concept of the deep state. He suggested it was a code word used by Trump supporters for, quote, anyone who disagrees with the right wing. Suddenly, he sounded like an MSNBC commentator. In February of 2020, he called out Trump supporters as, quote, too brainwashed to realize how dumb you are. I mean, literally, you guys sound like a cult at times. That same day, he called Trump and his supporters, quote, racist. It was an amazing transformation. That April, during the peak phase of the coronavirus lockdowns, Crooks wrote, quote, it seems that you people don't understand that sometimes public safety comes before your personal rights. Are you not willing to quarantine one member of your family to save the rest? If so, you are not a patriot and you aren't protecting anything. Around this time, the new left-wing version of Thomas Crooks became very critical of conservative media. He said at one point, quote, going to a Chinese New Year's party in America isn't putting you at risk for coronavirus, because, believe it or not, viruses don't spread through race like Tucker Carlson probably told you. In my opinion, the only way to fight the government is with terrorism-style attacks. Sneak a bomb into an essential building and set it off before anyone sees you. Track down any important people or politicians, military leaders, etc., and try to assassinate them. Any sort of head-to-head fight is suicide, and even ambush or surprise attacks likely aren't going to end well. These remarks were especially notable because they came at the final phase of Crooks's YouTube commenting. At that point, a new character emerged into the conversation, a user named Willie Tepes, who started pressuring Crooks to commit violence. For example, quote, if a gun and a badge is all that is needed, then authority obviously comes from the barrel of a gun. We have more guns than they do. There is no way we can avoid a war at this point, so you better just get used to the idea. We have nothing to lose and everything to win. and the alternative, a global police state, is unacceptable. Nothing in life is simple, but that is no argument against doing it. So who is this Willie Tepes? Unfortunately, we don't know. The FBI hasn't made any mention of him in public, although they certainly know he exists. Just days after the shooting, somebody screenshotted Tepes' YouTube account page, despite the fact he had very few followers. To the extent that he can be traced online now, you can find his username being used on a foreign Antifa website. Those sites link him to the Nordic Resistance Movement, which has been designated a terrorist group by the US State Department. That's all we know. We do know, however, that Crooks' online footprint abruptly ends after his encounter with this mysterious figure, Willie Tepes. Regardless of whoever Willie Tepes is or was and what his motives may have been, who he may have been working for, there is no doubt that Crooks was ripe for recruitment by someone.
Okay.
Well, so he was clearly brainwashed, recruited, and enlisted. I mean, I'm sold.
I mean,
clearly turned and brainwashed. No doubt.
That is definitely what it looks like. Watching this, it really calls to mind Tom O'Neill's Chaos, where he really lays out a very good case that the CIA, in spite of their claims that MKUltra didn't work, it actually did work. And there's a fair amount of evidence that he was able to uncover, including notes of Sidney Gottlieb, who was the psychiatrist who was originally doing these experiments. He had notes saying it worked. The cover story they put out is, it was a crazy idea. We tried to create these Manchurian candidates. It never worked. This guy, he's writing about how he wants to assassinate Democrats. There's stuff we didn't even include about wanting to, I don't want to say it. I'm afraid to get the video flagged, but do things to the squad and, just really over the top stuff, which again, if you've dealt with YouTube censorship, it is inconceivable that nobody noticed the kinds of things that he was posting. Even what you saw right here, like you could barely curse somebody out on YouTube.
Oh yeah, no,
for this to go under the radar. And then all of a sudden to have a flip like that,
into a total NPC lib. No, that is somebody turned him, brainwashed him, and recruited him. No doubt about it. I'm a very quick sell when it comes to these things. I'm like Cosmo Kramer when it comes to conspiracy. That's it. It's done. I'm convinced. Sold.
Yeah, that looks like an MKUltra.
Obviously.
Operation. It looks like this
How
guy.
Could it not be?
It looks like this guy Tepes reached out to him, and that was how he got recruited. That was how. And you're not just talking about. This is why I mentioned chaos. You're not just talking about a conversation over coffee. You're talking about possibly techniques that they have developed over decades to flip people, to brainwash them, to implant suggestions. Like you don't know what tactics they're able to use at this point. If Gottlieb is writing back in the 50s that they know how to do this, what are they able to do now?
Well, the internet makes it 100 times easier because there are these chat rooms
spotted them
where you could just spy on somebody. You could spy on people who are ripe targets for this kind of stuff.
Exactly.
And you could have a whole team work on them. Nobody knows who anybody is on social media behind these handles.
Right. And if you look at some of that rhetoric, who does it sound like? Elon. Sounds like Elon. A lot of these people at the top are programming vulnerable people like this with those kinds of suggestions. What is he doing? Interfering in the politics of all these foreign countries and telling people that they're under threat and violence is coming for them. How vulnerable does that make people like this into being turned into operatives when they need them?
Right.
Okay, so in this next section, Carlson talks about, now you probably know about, we covered this back in I think July, about I can't remember the name of the congressman, it'll come up in the segment, who went to do his own investigation and they had cremated the body so that they couldn't collect any more evidence from the body. But they also brought in their own FBI team, which is not normal procedure, to clean up the crime scene instead of bringing in, normally they bring in a third party. So here's Tucker on that.
Less than a month after the shooting, Congressman Clay Higgins of Louisiana, a former police officer, traveled to Butler to conduct his own investigation into what happened. When he arrived, he discovered a disturbing fact. The FBI released Crooks's body for cremation 10 days after July 13th. This wasn't known to the public until Higgins arrived in Butler on August 5th, when the coroner told the congressman, quote, he would never have released Crooks's body to the family for cremation or burial without specific permission from the FBI. The timing of Crooks's cremation is notable. The day Crooks's body was burned was also the day the House Homeland Security and Oversight Committees had begun their investigations into the shooting. The fact the body was cremated made it impossible for investigators outside the FBI to verify the coroner and autopsy report. You can't do a new tox screen because the body doesn't exist. According to Higgins, quote, this action by the FBI can only be described by any reasonable man as an obstruction to any following investigative effort. Another notable detail is that photos from the day after the shooting show an FBI agent hosing down the site where Crooks died. High-level intelligence officials and congressional sources told us this is very strange, and that the FBI usually hires out crime scene cleanup to third-party contractors. But in this case, they did it themselves, leaving no blood and no tissue for anyone else to analyze.
How come we don't?
Okay, so why would they do that other than to cover up what happened? Is there any other feasible explanation other than a cover up? I know I'm asking the right person here. Okay, so,
well, obviously not. Yeah.
I mean, why else would you do that? Why else would you go outside of normal procedure to have this place cleaned up internally to make sure no outside people have access to that crime scene? Very much like what they did after Charlie Kirk, right? They redid that whole plaza afterwards.
Yep.
Now this is funny just to watch them shit their pants. Crazy Eyes Patel and Dan Bongino here. They're just shitting themselves. Like, it's so obvious that they are lying. I think you will agree.
More information on the assassination attempts on President Trump.
There's two reasons, two open, ongoing prosecutions. But we have personally invested our time in making sure that we have looked at any possible international connections to terrorism and adversaries alike. And we've both been down to Quantico. We've both done the laboratory testing. We've both seen the explosives analysis. We've both seen the firearm and physically held it. We are all in on these investigations.
Are we going to be surprised at what you learned?
You know what, Maria? Cash is not kidding. We've been personally briefed extensively on every single detail, nugget, tendril of this case. One is actively in court right now, so out of respect for the case, it's probably more appropriate that I stay quiet on that. However,
look at him. He's sweating. He's swirly. Does this seem like a guy who's telling the truth to you? Does he seem like he's telling the truth to you? Look at him.
I'm not going to tell people what they want to hear. I'm going to tell you the truth. And whether you like it or not is up to you. If there was a big explosive there, right? Given my history as a Secret Service agent and my personal friendship as a director does with the president, give me one logical, sensible reason we would not have. If you can think of one, there isn't.
I could think of one.
It's an inside job, and you're going to get whacked if you say anything
exactly.
about it.
They always go to this. They always this is like their go-to.
Why would I lie?
Are you so? Why would we not do our jobs the way we're supposed to? Why would we suck at our jobs so much? Why? Do you really think we suck this bad? Really? Yes, I do. Do you really think I would let pedos walk if there were pedos who we could? Yes, I do. Yes.
Yes. They also, as part of this segment, Tucker also showed Trump being very uncharacteristically squirrely about getting to the bottom of this. And that to me is really the, no pun intended, smoking gun here. The famously vengeful Donald Trump did not day one walk into office demanding that they turn the place upside down to find out about Butler. Does that make sense?
No,
does that add up?
Of course, that either means it was a fugazi, or it means that he was so terrified by the deep state that he's just not going to look into it. One of those two things. None of those. If this was just a lone wolf nutcase, there's absolutely no doubt they would be acting this way.
Right.
Isn't there, in some of these cases, the there you're looking for is not there?
What a baffling thing to say. Thomas Crooks is dead, of course. There was no trial against Thomas Crooks. And by the way, they weren't misspeaking. This wasn't an accident. We know that because the director of the FBI said the same thing once again under oath in front of Congress in September.
Okay, so that was a good catch on Tucker's part. What are they talking about? We can't talk about it because of the trial. The guy's dead. There was never a trial. There was never going to be a trial.
Right.
He's dead at the scene. And then in this next clip, he shows Kash Patel once again in front of Congress saying he can't talk about it because of the trial. What trial? What are you talking about?
Who's on trial?
See, this is the thing with these guys. They're such a bunch of incompetent crackpots. They can't even cover up well. They can't even cover up in a way that makes any kind of sense to anybody who takes even a cursory glance at their bullshit.
No.
All right.
I mean, compare this to like Donald Rumsfeld. Donald Rumsfeld knew how to cover up $2.3 trillion missing from the Pentagon. He knew how to cover that up.
Oh, yeah. That
guy's
man,
a pro. That's what you call a pro. It's a professional.
That guy didn't just cover up. He covered up in Zen cones.
Yeah.
There are known knowns. There are unknown knowns. By the end of that, your pupils were dilated.
Yeah.
What we do know is that on the day of the attacks, Thomas Crooks got extremely lucky. Miraculously lucky. After he arrived at the Butler County Fairgrounds on the morning of the shooting, Thomas Crooks conducted surveillance by flying his drone over the rally site. He flew that drone for 11 minutes. It just so happened the Secret Service's anti-drone system were down at exactly the same moment.
Wow.
What are the odds? Later that afternoon, police officers saw Crooks loitering with a backpack and a rangefinder. They identified him as a suspicious person, which he clearly was, but quickly lost track of him. And so Crooks climbed to the top of the American Glass Research Building. That happened to be the only building in the area that did not have a video surveillance system. It was also, remarkably, inexplicably, outside the Secret Service's security perimeter, despite the fact it was very close to the stage. 2 local police officers assigned to the building saw Crooks, but they didn't report him. A third officer who was supposed to be there left early.
No, this is fucked. This is fucked up.
So I think the only question there is, were they trying to kill him and missed, or were they trying to scare him and succeeded? I don't think there's really any universe here where Thomas Crooks was a random lone disturbed gunman who just happened to get to this roof where all these Secret Service agents and police are assigned and was able to shoot at Donald Trump. You know, there are all kinds of videos. We showed it in July when we covered this, of witnesses talking about how this guy's just walking around on a freaking roof with a rifle.
How could that be outside the security perimeter?
And how could that roof be, right?
There were only like 8 buildings. It's not like.
And how would he have known this is the one place that's not covered by the camera?
No, it's fucked up. No, that's clear as day. I mean, there's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. I mean, that's as obvious as it gets.
Yeah, there was definitely a cover-up here.
That was a good job, but I don't think. I mean, if he's not a limited hangout, he's got some balls, because that would seem pretty good to me.
I mean, honestly, when I hear things like this, no insult to anybody, we hear shit like that about us, which makes me extremely skeptical of those kinds of claims.
Right.
I think it gives people a sense of power to think that they're seeing what's really going on. And mostly you don't. Mostly you really don't. A lot of times I hear that shit about Jimmy. And I can tell you from being next to Jimmy, it would have been a lot easier, because unlike us, we're not big enough. Nobody ever really offered us that. They kind of did with him. He's talked about it on his show. I'm not giving anything away.
Yeah.
Life would have been a lot easier for him if he had taken that. But people think they know. They think they know. They think what? Nah. I mean, it's possible. It's possible, but then why is he making this video? You know, clearly, if you look at Trump, if you look at Bongino and Crazy Eyes Patel in that video, they don't want him doing this. Like, sure, you could always come up with a, yeah, well, the thing is going to cause the thing is going to cause the thing, and the guy yeah, I mean, you could do that forever, but it doesn't really add up with the fact pattern that Tucker's doing this as an op.
Well, the thing is, whenever because, you know, as a veteran of this kind of conspiracy theory space, as someone who's, you know, gone down rabbit holes before, to me, there are certain things to look for that make these things much more convincing than others. So, and once again, this is not to say that you can piece together every detail. And this is where, you know, speculation tends to run wild, people thinking that they know the exact story. But one of the things you look for whenever you go down a rabbit hole like this is, okay, is there information we're seeing now for the first time in this kind of video that we just can't believe we never knew before, right? When a piece of information comes up and you think, why am I just hearing about this now, right? When I heard that there were war games experiments going on 9/11 that very closely resembled the actual attack, when I heard that for the first time years after 9/11, I thought, how is it possible the news didn't find this worth reporting on at the time? And if they didn't find it worth reporting on at the time, that obviously implies very strongly a systematic cover-up. So if this guy was flying a drone around for 11 minutes above the event space, and there just happened to be, what was I forget, I just saw that for the first time. What was the thing that was inactivated that day or whatever? Where they
the drone detection system.
The drone detection. So if the guy's flying a drone around for 11 minutes and the drone detection system
didn't anyone just see that? Like, forget about the detection system. Nobody saw that?
Well, but the fact that the guy's flying a drone around for 11 minutes and the drone detection system went down, whatever that implies about the actual event of the day, don't you think it's insane that we just heard about that for the first time? This was the news story of the month when it happened. So why are we just hearing about this guy flying a drone around now? Why? That is how you can tell there's something to what he's saying. The fact that a piece of information as critical as that was withheld for so long. Why wouldn't the news look into that? Why wouldn't the news cover that? Right? The fact that we're just hearing about it now means that there's something fucked about that.
Yeah, and why did they grab the cast of Bridesmaids to be his Secret Service detail that day? Was it a distraction so that they could, because you remember they really, it's the DEI Secret Service agents. Was that the purpose of assigning him that particular crew that day?
Why are we just finding out right now that those buildings were outside of the security perimeter? First of all, how could they be outside the security perimeter? There were only a small handful of buildings. Right. It was in the middle of a rural area
with a clear sight line.
A building with a clear sight. It's not like this happened in Washington Square Park where there's 100 buildings that have a view of the space.
Sure.
This was like there were only 8 or so buildings to secure. So how could that be outside the perimeter? That makes no sense. It also makes no sense that we're learning from Tucker Carlson 16 months after the day that was outside the security perimeter, because the media was interrogating, okay, we all saw the news reports that day. We covered it.
Right.
We joined Jimmy when he covered it. You know, we spent a few days just going over every possible thing we could find about this. You saw people on the news asking witnesses, what did you see on that building over there? Were their eyes on that building? They had the video of the snipers who ended up shooting Crooks. They obviously had their eyes on the building because as soon as the shot was fired, they shot him. So how was that? Why are we now learning that was considered outside the security perimeter and that was the only building with no cameras on it? Like, if this was not a cover-up, we'd have heard all this before. That's the thing. What it actually means in terms of how the events of the day unfolded, that's unknowable given what we know now. But what should tip you off to the fact that this was a cover-up is that you're only hearing about it now.
Right.
Why did it take a year and a half for us to learn that was the only building not being filmed by surveillance cameras that day? What? No media outlet found that out and thought that was worth reporting? None?
Right. And
No.
and and
No,
the
no, no.
fact that this is an attempted assassin of a president that was really not famous and still isn't. Like, most people don't know who Thomas Crooks is.
Yeah, we didn't
I
even put
promise
his
you,
name
if
in
you
the
walk up
thumbnail
to the
because Russ
average
was like, yeah,
person,
nobody will know what the hell we're talking about.
nobody will know who he is. That's very strange. Like, they clearly wanted this to be out of sight, out of mind. Something else Tucker talks about in the video is the narrative they started drumming up that Iran was behind it. And Tucker says, well, why would you say that with absolutely no evidence? Well, if you're trying to drum up support for a war,
right,
for a military strike against Iran, that might be why you would do that.
Right. Exactly. So, yeah, pretty crazy stuff. You can watch the whole thing on YouTube, actually.
I would definitely recommend it. He did a very good job with that.
Yeah. T-Bone says, MTG Massie 2028. Start painting the bumper stickers. DD freaking rocks. T-Bone. Thank you, T-Bone. Appreciate that. We have a political industrial complex now. I think we're a few complexes away from getting a free sub sandwich to throw at ice. Thank you. Bunny Ripley says, Cat Turd did a face-to-face interview with Tucker a few years ago. Yeah, I do know that.
Did he?
I do know that. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know he ever came out from behind the avatar.
Oh, no. Yeah, he's got like a white beard. Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
He's a real guy. At least one of, however many he hires. Vulture says, Peter Thiel is an anagram for the reptile. Yes, I do know that. Thank you, Vulture. Stop obeying, stop paying, and the system falls non-violently. Thank you, Vulture. Scorpionic Sage, did you all see the Eddie Murphy documentary on Netflix? I felt conflicted seeing Chappelle and Seinfeld. I did not see that.
I have not watched it yet.
Sir Bikes a Lot says, as you go down the rabbit hole, you'll see coincidences that are just that. A similar thing happened with my high school. 17 magazine featured all the students who skipped class. Vanticus Prime, I don't think Tucker pointed out how close this turn of Crooks was to the BlackRock commercial. Might be an interesting tidbit of information.
He didn't even get into that in the video.
Huh, interesting. The AP just broke that Trump said Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files. Really? Is that what they did? Let's see. Miserable lib. Let's see. Go ahead, take some super chats.
Duck. All right. The bot lobby. Trump got to hold Graham's balls on the chorus. He did more than that. Drain that swamp, baby.
Yeah.
Steve Isidore. Maybe she's being authentic, but I think MTG is setting up for presidential run. Maybe. That would be pretty funny if she was the first woman's president. AOC is going to have an aneurysm on the floor of the House if that happens. Race car, $20 super sticker. Thank you, ma'am. And Mark 1661. Don't dismiss a limited hangout and the assassination was Trump theater to lock in election. The Secret Service was hurting photographers. Yeah, we covered that in July. It didn't quite check out. I can't remember the details about the hurting the photographers. I remember everyone made a lot out of that, but then it was kind of debunked. I'm open to that theory, but as this evolves, it seems more and more like Trump was not in on it, whatever happened. Like
Right.
it does not seem like he was a part of it. I think more and more they actually were trying to kill him or trying to scare him, and it was not like a plot to win the election.
Right. Okay. All right. Let's move on. Jake, do we have the scroll, please? All right. Thank you. Say, hey, folks, if you like what we do here and you want to help us do more of it, then please consider becoming a member at dudissidents.com/Patreon/locals or /Substack. Member perks include Film Club live streams, post-game live streams, ad-free live stream replays emailed to you the day after they air on the public channels. And, of course, you get call-in access to all of our Q&As, including the one coming up tonight after the main show over on Rumble. We could not do the show without our supporters, so thank you all very much for your support. Appreciate you all. DudeDissidents.com/Patreon, Substack, and Locals. Membership starts at just $5 a month across all of the platforms. Yes, I did. So I'll incorporate that into my next segment. That is an interesting development. He says, now we have nothing to hide. Now we have nothing to hide. I think that's because he knew there were going to be a lot of defections. And so now he doesn't
trying to save face.
He's trying to save face. Exactly. Trying to shill. Alan Dulles is rolling in his grave. That man know how to do a cover-up. You only steal JFK's brain, not the whole body. Thank you, China Shill. Appreciate that. Sir Bikes a lot. As for per my last Rumble rant, Crooks wasn't chosen for the BlackRock commercial because he's a victim of MK Ultra. He just happened to be in a class. Doesn't mean that the universe points towards truth. Understood. Kemen says Dan Bongino is clearly lying in the video. His forehead is shinier than Russell Douglas during the Jose Vega documentary.
I'm never letting Keaton handle the lighting again if I'm in the frame.
Yeah,
I know.
Yes, Russ, they would want people like Candace, Tucker, Fuentes, MTG, and the like to shitcode ideas by being batshit and opportunistic. Don't buy it for a second. What do you mean?
Listen, Matt, listen, I am just telling you, I know from experience. We get people all the time who are like, yeah, Russ and Keaton are an op.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
You know, like they're saying it about us, and I mean, you don't know if it's not true. We do. So I'm not just going to assume that about other people. I don't even think with Joe Rogan that like they sat him down. I don't think that's what it is. I think it's more subtle than that.
Right. Yeah, no, I think so too. Funding committee to MK Ultra nerds circa 2005. Listen, get the future head of FBI to write a children's book. Convince a chick way too young, too hot to date him. Then we'll talk about another 500 million. Thank you very much, TPS report. Appreciate that very much. All right, folks. Thanks very much for being here. We can take the scroll off of the we're ops. They would dress better. Yeah, maybe that's part of our cover, right?
Yeah.
You never know.
Exactly. We're throwing you off the trail.
Exactly. All right. We will move right on along. All right. So we know that Donald Trump lashed out at Marjorie Taylor Greene on Friday, but while he was at it, he came out and delivered what is being considered a low blow even for Donald Trump. Did Thomas Massie, sometimes referred to as Rand Paul Jr. because of the fact that he always votes against the Republican Party, get married already? Boy, that was quick. No wonder the polls have him at less than 8% chance of winning the election. Anyway, have a great life, Thomas, and ? His wife will soon find out that she's stuck with a loser. That's Donald Trump to Thomas Massie.
Wow.
On November 14th, the same night he attacked Marjorie Taylor Greene. So, Stephen L. Anderson says Thomas Massie was married to the same woman for like 30 years till she died. Trump, on the other hand, is twice divorced. That's 2 failed marriages. Then he criticized Representative Thomas Massie for getting remarried 1.5 years after his wife died. Trump is sleazy, and he's a big hypocrite. Joel Webbin, Epstein trafficked your daughter, Fauci killed your grandma, and yet Trump has shown more anger towards Massie than the other two combined. Exactly. Clint Russell says Trump is a massive piece of shit. Massie, Marjorie Taylor Greene, 2028. Let's fucking go. Glenn Greenwald chimes in. Also, Trump's mocking Massie for remarrying quick after his wife of many decades passed away is disgusting, particularly so for someone who was on his 3rd marriage and started those affairs and many others while still married to the prior wife at home with his young kids. Yeah. Exactly. But you know who loves it? You know who's here for it? Cat Turd. Once again, the whore Cat Turd. OMG. Laugh emoji, laugh emoji, laugh emoji. People were so offended by that, they actually community noted it with context, talking about Massie's first wife having tragically died last year. Vince Langman, the Timu Gunther Eagleman, says, I voted for mean tweets about Thomas Massie on a Friday night. LOLOL. Again, just like, how like mask off repugnant can you be? Like
it's almost too much, man. This is really the worst timeline.
Yeah. Just like unbelievable repugnant scum. Cooper says this is so far beyond politics. Massie married his high school sweetheart. They were together since he was 16, over 35 years. Went to MIT together, mother of his 4 kids, mocking someone that got a second chance after losing all that. Fuck this guy. Yeah, like once again, if you're a remotely normal person, your response to that is fuck this guy. And so Massie did not respond.
I mean, I'm sorry. You know, people talk a lot. This is what I voted for. Well, you voted for the guy who early in his first presidential run said, I prefer soldiers who didn't get captured.
Right.
That's the guy you voted for. It's not like all of a sudden he became an asshole. He was always an asshole.
Right. Exactly. So Thomas Massie did not respond on X to those swipes from Trump, but he was asked about it today on the Sunday show. So let's take a look.
You in some deeply personal ways. I mean, attacking way.
Come on.
The president has gone after you in some deeply personal ways. I mean, attacking you over and over again, even attacking you for, regarding your wedding, your recent wedding, which, by the way, congratulations. What do you make of all that? And he's obviously supporting your primary opponents. I mean, what kind of retribution are you facing?
You know, my wife told me, she said, I told you so. We should have invited Donald Trump. He's mad that he didn't get an invitation. So we're taking it with a grain of salt. He's being a bully or trying to be a bully. And they're trying to beat me here in Kentucky. But here's what's interesting. The people financing this campaign consist completely of 3 billionaires, and they're all in the Epstein class. In fact, one of them is named in Epstein's phone book. Not the secret files that the FBI is keeping, but in Epstein's phone book. So it's a small world. Dogs don't bark at parked cars, and we are winning. I'm not tired of winning yet, but we are winning. And not only the speaker, but the attorney general, the FBI director, and the president himself and the vice president, they're taking a big loss this week because after months of fighting, I am winning this week with Ro Khanna. We're forcing this vote, and it's going to happen. I would remind my Republican colleagues who are deciding how to vote, Donald Trump can protect you in red districts right now by giving you an endorsement, but in 2030, he's not going to be the president, and you will have voted to protect pedophiles if you don't vote to release these files, and the president can't protect you then. This vote, the record of this vote, will last longer than Donald Trump's presidency.
So that was, for the most part, well said, but I actually think he sold himself a little bit short at the end there. I don't think Donald Trump can protect Republicans in red districts. I think his brand is completely toxic by now, as evidenced by the fact that we will get to this in a minute. Yeah, Donald Trump is now telling House Republicans to vote to release the Epstein files. You know what that means? That means Donald Trump cucked by Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene. So after these outbursts of the last couple nights, he is forced to bend the knee, and we're going to find out why. I know I didn't want to bury the lead too much since that's breaking, so I wanted to show you that. But a lot of what went into that decision can be seen right here from Mike Johnson. Now, Thomas Massie tweets this out from his own account. After months of fighting and disparaging my Epstein legislation, now that my discharge petition has succeeded, Speaker Johnson says he tried to pass the law by unanimous consent. If that's so, he should have no problem voting yay next week. Listen to his own words. So just to give you guys some backstory as to what that means, obviously the discharge petition was stuck at 217 votes with the victory of Representative Grijalva Adelita, I believe her first name is, in Arizona. Yeah. She became, after getting sworn in, the 218th vote on that discharge petition, which then forces a House vote on releasing the Epstein files. So if they have 218 signatures on the discharge petition, what that means is that the House is obviously going to pass the bill to release the Epstein files. So what Mike Johnson then tries to do, because he knows it's going to pass anyway, he tried to pass the bill through unanimous consent, which he brags about here. So before we play the video, I just want to tell you what unanimous consent is. Unanimous consent in Congress is a process where a legislative body acts by the agreement of all members present with no objections. It is used to speed up the process of passing non-controversial legislation and managing daily business. So if I can translate that for you, Mike Johnson knows it's going to pass anyway, and he doesn't want Republican members having to vote yes or no, because if they vote yes, they piss off Donald Trump. If they vote no, they piss off their voters. So he tried to, I mean, for a guy who's, I guess, believes in hell, he's not too afraid of going there because this is as sleazy a move as it gets, trying to avoid having his members vote yes or no to release the Epstein files.
Well, and then they were really pushing this narrative that, all the Democrats voted against releasing Epstein files. Tell me why that happened. They got all the chuds stirred up for a day without telling them. Yeah, they voted against it because they wanted the votes on the record.
Right. Exactly. So let's hear Mike Johnson talk about how, no, I tried to pass this by unanimous consent, and the Democrats held it up.
Exactly.
This tonight, and I think this is a shame to a lot of the Hill press corps. I'm not going to name any of you by name, but I haven't seen many stories written yet about the fact that we put the discharge up for unanimous consent on the floor tonight. The Republicans, the Speaker, and the Republicans asked for unanimous consent to just go ahead and pass the discharge because I think it's a moot point. The Democrats objected to the unanimous consent.
They objected to the unanimous consent because it's a moot point. They objected to the unanimous consent because they know they have the votes anyway. And of course, the Democrats want the Republicans to have to vote yes or no. They want each individual Republican to have to go on the record as either opposing Trump or opposing their own constituents. That's the whole point. The fact that it's a moot point is all the more reason for them not to pass it by unanimous consent, because obviously going into the midterms, they want every Republican member of the House on the record. This weasel is trying to make it so that his members don't have to vote. He's trying to make it so that they don't have to take a position because he knows he's going to lose the vote anyway.
Nobody's written a story about that. That's stunning to me. How can you miss that? If it was about...
Nobody missed that. It's just you're a total sleazebag who's completely misrepresenting the argument.
Transparency. If it was about full disclosure, there's two questions you should ask every Democrat in the House and Senate. Why didn't you bring this up during the 4 years of the Biden administration when the Biden DOJ had all these records the entire time?
Because a lot of Democrats are in the Epstein files too, and Democrats are also scum. Okay, so what about you and the Epstein files and Trump?
Yeah.
Right?
Nobody ever said a word about it. They didn't care. Now it's the biggest thing in the world. Didn't matter at all when Joe Biden had the files. And secondly, if they're for transparency, and they really want all this to be out, and there's such this urgency, then why did they vote down the unanimous consent to pass the discharge petition tonight?
Very simple reason. They have the votes anyway, and they want two-faced pieces of shit like you to have to vote yes or no on releasing the files. And you're trying to spin it as if they're the ones slowing this down. Just astounding. But they were so bad. They failed so spectacularly that, yes, now Donald Trump, for all of his bluster and chest pounding and all of his macho bullshit, he ends up now having to bend the knee. This just breaking tonight urges House Republicans to vote to release Epstein files. U.S. President Donald Trump on Sunday called on his fellow Republicans in Congress to vote for the release of files related to the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files because we have nothing to hide. Oh, you've certainly been acting that way the past year. Trump said in a post on Truth Social, and it's time to move on from this Democrat hoax perpetrated by radical left lunatics in order to deflect from the great success of the Republican Party, including our recent victory on the Democrat shutdown. So that's where you're at.
This is what I've been pushing for a long time. It was actually my idea. I've really been trying to get them to vote on this.
Yeah, right. So that's where you're at. And the reason Donald Trump tweeted that out tonight is because he realized what I realized a week ago, which is that we've hit the tipping point, and he now does not have control of his own caucus. That is why he tweeted that out, because he knew he was going to be humiliated on Tuesday when waves of Republican congresspeople said, you know what? I'd rather be on the right side of the Epstein files than on the right side of Donald Trump. He knew that, I mean, who knows how many were about to make that calculation. I suspect at least dozens were about to rebuke him in very humiliating fashion. And so he feels like, you know what? I have no choice. Because what am I going to do? Rage tweet at 100 congresspeople on Tuesday night? That's going to make me look even worse. So I have to just get out in front and say, okay, vote for it. This way, it looks as though I have some control over my caucus when really I don't, because his brand is dead right now.
Right.
His brand is done. It's over.
Yeah, let them vote for it, and then I'll just do what I've been doing. Wasn't me.
Right.
That's not my signature.
Yeah,
I don't draw.
Just say they're fake, right?
That's
well, who knows? Look, tomorrow
that's not
they
a
vote.
Picture of me with Clinton's dick in my mouth.
There's still a ton they can do.
That's
Don't forget.
AI. That's AI. That's Reid Hoffman. It's Reid Hoffman using his AI technology.
This whole bill, by the way, still has to clear 60 in the Senate, and the DOJ still has control over what they're going to release. This whole bill is to compel the Justice Department to release the Epstein files, which means even if this vote goes on Tuesday the way we now know for absolute certain it will, there's still a long ways to go to getting these files out and determining what comes out and what doesn't. Meaning that, this aside, there's still a lot of tricks they can pull, right? They can still redact certain things. Like, they can still do essentially whatever they want. But this is a major defeat, just a major defeat for him, that he felt the need to come out and say, okay, fine, vote for him.
Yeah, no, supposedly, a lot of people speculate that he ordered Bondi, which you're not supposed to be able to order the AG around like that. There's supposed to be some independence. Obviously, they're not bothering with that pretense. But ordering her to go investigate Democrats, including Reid Hoffman and Bill Gates and people like this, because then they can say, well, we can't release it because it's part of an active investigation.
Right.
And it would not surprise me at all, because they are so shameless and so arrogant if they pull that after this vote.
They'll pull that. Yeah. If worse comes to worse, what they'll probably try and do is, if this clears, which it obviously is going to, if it gets to 60 in the Senate, which I can't imagine now, given Trump's about face on this, that it won't. It passes, Trump signs it and says, well, we'll release what we can, but a lot of it is under wraps because there's a current investigation going on and we can't show it to you.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if it goes any other way. Like, in what universe do they just release all the Epstein files?
It's really hard to believe that they would. It's really almost impossible to believe that they would. But look, Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene, they forced that out of him because they beat him.
Right.
They won.
Right.
They had the votes, and they were going to get even more because Trump's brand is now toxic, and it's an amazing thing to see. Who would have said 1 year in, Republicans are going to feel like they have to vote against Trump? Nobody saw that coming.
Yep.
All right. Let's keep on keeping on here. TPS reports, as funding committee to MK Ultra nerds circa 2005. Listen, get the future head of FBI to write a children's book, convince a chick way too young and too hot to date him. Then we'll talk about another $500 million. Here's an extremely detailed analysis of Butler. These findings have been used in congressional hearings. Prepare to be shocked. All right. Thank you for that. Of course, any op would deny being an op. Haven't you guys seen Life of Brian? You ops seen Life of Brian. Thank you. Appreciate that. These are the facepalm years. Yes, they are. Yes, they are indeed. Actually, Russ and Keaton are in fact an op for gay race communism. And no, I'm not sexually frustrated, so everyone can quit asking me that. Canceling my membership and subscribing to Cat Turd instead. Thank you. I am the owl. All right, let's take a few super chats.
All right. David Webb. Please consider having Aaron Good, American Exception, on YouTube as a guest. Yeah, I keep hearing about this guy.
I hear good things.
I hear good things. I hear good things about that kid.
You missed that. That was a dad joke that you just missed it. His name's Aaron Good.
Oh, yeah.
So I said I heard good things.
Look, man, The way I get through life is by pretending not to hear those things when they come up. That's how I get through the day. Brad Gilbert, SS looked for new roof access for the Patsy. Secret Service. AI, not the other SS. AI Telly had 3D model based on CIA plans with shooter at far end, but unplanned crowd gathered on AGR grounds. Interesting. Brad Gilbert again. Crop out bullet from AP pick. It's AI. Chump new. I mean, look, I don't rule it out. I've definitely at one point I actually leaned towards that. It's just as some of this other stuff is coming out, it's starting to seem more like a deep state plot than a Trump campaign plot in conjunction with the deep state.
Yeah, no, that whole thing where the about face in terms of being rabidly pro-Trump to being like an NPC, MSNBC lib.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
man,
looking at all this, it's looking more MK Ultra-ish.
Yeah, that guy got flipped and brainwashed and recruited, no doubt.
P.W. Walker, wonder if Trump cut a deal to limit what gets released. I don't think so. I think they're just going to find other ways to obstruct the release. I think most likely the claim that it's part of an investigation.
I'll say the age of consent is a deep state Democrat hoax.
It's a hoax. Even Sartre was against that.
You know, in Rome, they didn't worry about things like that. It was a great empire.
That's why I like the French. The French are wonderful people. They don't even believe. They say consent, but je suis. They never heard of consent.
Yeah.
Richard Canuck. Are there settlers stealing Palestinian land in East Jerusalem? I don't see any news about it. There is horrible news.
Yeah,
about
they just
what
torched
they're,
a mosque.
What they're doing
in the West Bank. Yeah,
in the West Bank. Yes.
Yeah.
So
We'll
there's a lot.
We'll get into that during the week for sure.
There's a lot going on there. Brad Gilbert, A Tale of Two MAGAs. It was the best of memes.
Good one. All right, let's move on right along here.
All right. So, no sooner did our friend Jose Vega, speaking of France, he's over there now. No sooner did our friend Jose Vega hear that, you know what? Those guys over at Due Dissidence, they might be an op, but they could be onto something with this run as a Democrat and just run as an independent if they screw you thing.
Right.
And so he announced that he's going to run in the Democratic primary. Literally the next day, everyone and their cousin started to jump into that primary. Now, you want to talk about an op? That looks like an op. Speaking of which, Michael Blake looks like an op. This guy, one day it's a genocide in Gaza, the next day it's not. The next day it's a genocide, the next day it's not. Torres challenger attacks Israel AIPAC in campaign launch, but previously sought pro-Israel allies extensively. Now, this is a special report by one of the best researchers on the interwebs, Gen X Girl. So Gen X Girl actually brought this story to us and put all of this together. Michael Blake, a former New York State Assemblyman and 8th place finishing New York City mayoral candidate, announced a primary challenge to Representative Richie Torres on Wednesday, focused squarely on Torres's support for Israel and ties to AIPAC. But Blake himself has an extensive history with AIPAC and was, at least through 2020, a vocal supporter of the Jewish state. In his campaign announcement on X, Blake said, quote, "I am ready to fight for you and lower your cost of living while Richie fights for a genocide." So what did he just go to Jose's website and copy that down? "I will focus on affordable housing and books as Richie will only focus on AIPAC and Bibi," a reference to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. "I will invest in the community. Richie invests in bombs." Now, this guy is run for everything. It almost seems like that's his job. They send him in to be a spoiler in these different elections. He went up in the debates And I think they were trying to suck away some of the Mamdani vote by having him attack Cuomo. He was trying to pull in some of that vote. So here's a little bit about him on New York One, which is kind of the local news here on cable.
Campaign between Torres, a progressive Democrat who backs Israel, and Blake, a progressive Democrat who used to back Israel.
I have a responsibility to support America's friend and ally, Israel.
That's Blake in 2017, then a state assemblyman, speaking to AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, the U.S.-based lobbying group. Blake's Instagram account is full of pictures from his 2014 AIPAC-sponsored trip to Israel, even posting, at the time, this photo in praise of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Blake says he hasn't changed. He still supports the state of Israel, but it's AIPAC and Israel's government that has changed.
The AIPAC of today is not the AIPAC of yesterday, and it is time for us to make a change, and that is one of the reasons why I'm running.
The majority Hispanic district covers the largely Jewish neighborhood of Riverdale.
No, it seems very much like the AIPAC of yesterday. I don't think AIPAC has changed. I think your assignment has changed. I think your marching orders have changed. I think there's apparently you can make a living being a perpetual loser if you're willing to let the DNC deploy you strategically for their purposes. You can go be a pretend candidate.
Dale, Baychester to the east, down to Morrisania in the South Bronx. Blake in 2020 ran and lost a race for that seat and has run for multiple offices since then, most recently for mayor.
Yeah, so all this guy does is enter races that he's going to lose. And this seems to be with some larger purpose that he's being directed for. We can only speculate, but that's kind of how it looks. So here's the campaign ad that he cut, which really took some pair of balls for somebody with this history with AIPAC and Israel.
And as I was living in these slum conditions, the city was spending more than $100 million on a golf course.
Richie Torres invested in weapon makers.
Was just exposed for secretly investing in genocide.
All these things I'm seeing about Richie Torres.
Since 2021, Richie Torres has represented New York's 15th congressional district, the poorest congressional district in America. In 2025, Richie has nearly $15 million on hand, largely from AIPAC, while many of his constituents barely have $15 to get by. So he spent the last 15 days hearing from the people about why they are ready for a change.
I saw Richie Torres on Adam Friedland. I know he suffered, but what happens to you is you get bought. Yep. It is so hard to keep your moral integrity once you start taking the money.
He profited from it.
He talks about that place far more often than he talks about the Bronx.
You were criticized for Blackstone donation, the architects of the housing crisis.
What a asshole.
You cannot be a representative in the city of New York and you talk like that.
Richie Torres sucks.
Not as long as
Richie Torres is a white motherfucker. Richie Torres cares more about BB than he cares about the Bronx. More about AIPAC than he does about your academics. So you want to stay with someone who only wants to care about himself? Or do you want to have someone in me and Michael Blake who actually wants to care for the people? I'm reimagining what the city can look like. I'm named after Jamaican prime ministers, Michael Manley, Alexander Bustamante. Grew up Creston and Burnside. Remember the days back in the day when you go to Woolworths to go shop, skate key, go kick it.
Whose track record has spoken for itself for years.
So when we think about why elect me, think about cost of living and affordability.
We can give people a better chance.
Think about a new vision when it comes to education.
I rolled out an extensive education plan.
And lastly, show the vision of how we can bring real change to the district. It is time for us to tell Richie Torres that he can go on his own way. And it's time for change, and it's time for a new day.
Mm-hmm. Remember when you used to go shopping at Woolworths, and there was no organization to it? They had drawers and drawers and drawers of thread. That's what New Yorkers need.
Yeah.
Remember that? When you go to Woolworths and you couldn't find anything, but they had drawers and drawers and drawers of thread, and then you'd go get an egg cream. That's what we need in New York.
Yeah.
Noah Tishby, Zionist maniac. Noah Tishby took some exception to this ad. Michael Blake, who's running against Richie Torres for Congress, just released a video featuring Guy Christensen, the influencer who justified the murder of Israeli embassy staffers at the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C. just months ago. To which Guy responded, Richie Torres sent the Capitol Police to harass me, claiming my criticism of his genocidal corruption was a threat. He invests in genocide, smeared me in the New York Post. I blame Richie for killing more Palestinians and trying to cripple our aid distributions on the ground in Gaza. But that's not really the relevant part. This is what a scumbag Michael Blake is. This guy supports Jose.
Yeah, he endorsed Jose.
No more AIPAC millionaires support Jose Vega. That's Jose's handle on X. So yeah, what a slimy scumbag. So a little bit more here from Jewish Insider. Social media posts by Blake and others show that he was for years a frequent attendee at AIPAC events, having attended no less than 10 of the organization's events between 2014 and 2019, and was a featured speaker at least once. Blake traveled to Israel with AIEF and with the New York Jewish Community Relations Council. And this is something that he tweeted out in 2015, which actually is pretty sick if you know the history there. Looking out on the Gaza Strip from Kobe Hill with Kobe Harush. Yes, named after him, following an incredible battle. Oh, I'm sure it was incredible, them mowing down these people with rocks using Kalashnikovs. Who is a major in the IDF, a place where President Obama, then senator, once stood. Seeing safe rooms in Sderot. Oh, the place where they torture and grape Palestinian prisoners? Really? Is that part of the tour? Did you go to the IDF fantasy camp after that? Examining old missiles while hearing about safety tactics. My second time to the region and continually learning something new. It's not even his first trip. That's his second. So, I don't know if this is one of the places that they do this, but, they have that cinema, they call it, where Israelis go out with lawn chairs and, drink wine and watch them kill Palestinians there. So here is Michael Blake speaking very differently about Israel in his past career.
Last question before you go, because I think people will want to know how sharp a contrast we're talking about. Would you support a full weapons embargo on Israel?
There should be. I mean,
there we go.
Like
that's he's not sure what script he's supposed to be on right now.
Right.
From entrepreneurship to political organizing to deepening my faith as a Christian, AIPAC and AIEF changed my life forever. Traveling to Israel made me a better legislator, a better activist. It helped me to understand that as a leader within my community and the Democratic Party, I have a responsibility to support America's friend and ally, Israel. And much like Ashley, I recently stepped up into a new role. This past February, I was elected a vice chair of the Democratic National Committee.
As recently as 2020, as a Democratic National Committee vice chair, Blake insisted that the Democratic Party would continue to support Israel, saying of the party platform, quote, "We have been attentive to the previous conversations that have happened in terms of making sure there's not language in there that would be anti-Israel." In a 2020 interview with Jewish Insider, Blake, who posted a photo of Netanyahu speaking at a 2014 AIPAC event, declined to endorse Senator Bernie Sanders' characterization of Netanyahu as a reactionary racist. And he drew parallels between his experience as a black man in the Bronx and the experience of Israeli Jews facing terrorism. Well, that sounds like they would be replacing Richie with Richie.
Right.
Richie did something very similar at a synagogue. Blake also met on various occasions with Israeli officials and diplomats and attended the 2018 Israel Day parade in Manhattan. A pro-Israel activist who requested anonymity in order to speak candidly told JI the pro-Israel community is surprised by his 180-degree reversal. Blake spoke at pro-Israel events and received considerable financial support from the community. Once he proclaimed to be pro-Israel stalwart, and now he has joined the ranks of the detractors. Look, man, I'm not as conspiratorial as my co-host, but I'm saying the anonymous source is a plant making the story look good.
Right.
Blake also downplayed his speech at the 2017 policy conference as having happened 8 years ago, even as he continued to attend AIPAC events for years afterward. So he took great offense. This is back in 2020. The DSA questionnaire for 2021 city council candidates asked them to pledge not to travel to Israel. And this is how he responded. This is simply outrageous and antiseptic. As a Christian, I visited Israel twice to deepen my faith, policy, and political understanding of the region. Immediately rescind this blatantly offensive question and apologize to all people, not just the Jewish community. And here he is. Okay, so this is very strange. He keeps going back and forth on this. So this is in January. He had called what's happening in Gaza a genocide and then walked it back. My use of the word genocide was wrong, and I apologize. Albeit unintentional, my misuse of such a powerful word was offensive and hurtful to Jews and many others, especially to my Jewish brothers and sisters who equate the word with the genocide perpetrated by the Nazis during the Holocaust. I do not believe the people of Israel are seeking to eliminate Palestinians. Now, remember, he's setting up to run in the primary as mayor. So he's still in the primaries. This is May. A New York City mayoral candidate whose trajectory from pro to anti-Israel raised eyebrows is once again walking back a position on the conflict, this time to say that he regrets accusing Israel of genocide. Michael Blake said he used wrong language, adding that we want to be very clear that it was not the people of Israel that did this. Now, I'm sorry. This looks to me like somebody who's not quite sure how to negotiate the script. Obviously. It seems like they told him to peel away some of Mamdani's support, but don't actually say the things Mamdani says, because we don't want to build support for the idea that Israel is committing a genocide. So you have to kind of act like you're anti-Israel, but you can't really say the kinds of things Mamdani says. That is how I would explain this very weird back and forth where he's like, it's a genocide. It's not a genocide. It's a genocide. It's not a genocide. Because then on the debate stage, he actually says, he said both sides have to free the hostages. So, of course, he gets attacked. John Podderetz. Michael Blake, NYC mayoral candidate, just said all hostages have to come home on both sides. There are no hostages on both sides. So go F yourself. You were performing well. What does that mean exactly? Because he was pretending to be anti-Israel already. See, they're giving away the game there. You were performing well, but now you've done evil, bad pastor. Rich Azzopardi, who was Cuomo's chief aide. Hostages on both sides, Mike Blake. Hostages on both sides. On both sides. So then again, good evening. I didn't say hostages on both sides. I said that hostages need to come home. Then separately, we need to honor the pain on both sides.
I mean, this is just typical Democrat bullshit.
Yeah, it's Democrat fuckery. Definitely did not say that Israel has hostages. And just to remind you, Israel is holding 3,577 hostages, as we are not shy about calling them.
Yeah, what do you call a child in custody? That's
a
hostage.
Of course it's a hostage. I was certainly speaking with speed. He tweeted about this again. The intent there is pain on both sides, never the intent to offend. Certainly Hamas created the chaos. The hostages must come home. And here he is in September when he decides he's going to be the plant, or whoever decided he's going to be the plant to split the anti-Richie vote. Genocide is happening in Gaza. He's back here in September. We don't see the full extent because of media blackouts. Yes, anti-Semitism must stop. Yes, Islamophobia must stop. Yes, hostages must be returned. But yes, a genocide is happening. Children and families deserve to live. Faith leaders can't be silent. So this is kind of a pattern. It's like they want him to be anti-Israel in a way that will peel away votes from Mamdani, and now that will peel away votes, I believe, from Jose. But they don't want him to build support for real anti-Zionist positions. That's why you keep getting this weird back and forth where he's not quite sure what he's supposed to say. He keeps saying things that would make him a plausible anti-Zionist, and then he gets a call. No, not like that. And then he has to walk it back.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's just typical Democrat bullshit. And, yeah, I mean, he's going to be in the primary field. Obviously, Jose's in. Then DSA is running some guy. I forget who they're running.
Somebody in there. And then isn't there a fourth one? Is there somebody else?
There probably is a fourth one. And look, this is where it really benefits Jose to have that independent line in the general. Because what could end up happening, what I could very easily see happening is, you know, all of these Torres primary challengers split the anti-Torres vote.
Well, that's the intention.
So Torres wins the primary. But then here's the thing. Let's say Torres wins the primary with 45% of the vote because the opposition was split. Well, at that point, Jose is on the ballot in the general.
Right.
And you know there's a big anti-Torres vote out there, right? If it shakes out that way. And I could easily see it shaking out that way because Torres is very vulnerable, but the opposition is split. So this is where having that independent ballot line could really come in handy. Because if Torres comes out of the primary the victor but weakened by a bruising primary, and then there's one of the guys who was in the primary on the ballot in the general, well, Jose could then consolidate the anti-Torres vote that was in the primary for November. So yeah, I mean, it could shake out that way, but this is very typical Democrat crap. I mean, there's really nothing.
I mean, it's so
new about
obvious this is not an authentic campaign.
No,
look at how he reacted when Ryan Grimm asked him that question.
Yeah.
Like he's clearly trying to figure out what he's supposed to say.
Right.
This is not somebody who has beliefs. This is somebody who's been hired to do a job.
Exactly. No doubt about it. So thanks to Gen X Girl for coming up with that stuff. Appreciate that. Well done.
Thank you.
As always. All right. I got to take a brief game break here. We're going to actually read an ad for Rumble Premium. Haven't done that in a while. But if you're looking for smarter ways to browse and enjoy your favorite content without ads, get the Perplexity Pro bundle with Rumble Premium for just $19.99 a month when you sign up before December 31st. Normally a $29.99 value. With Rumble Premium, you'll get an ad-free viewing experience across all your devices and access to exclusive premium content. No interruptions, just the videos and streams you love anytime, anywhere. Plus, Perplexity Pro boosts your productivity with unlimited research, unlimited uploads, exclusive member perks, and access to the latest and most advanced AI models for faster, smarter answers every day. So you get an AI bundle plus Rumble Premium. Save over 30% on this bundle. Head to rumble.com/premium before December 31st to sign up and unlock your premium experience. Okay. All right, let's take some chats and some Rumble rants, and then we got one more before we close the lights on the show. So go ahead.
All right, David Webb. I think we can all assume at this point that the Epstein files have been sanitized by this administration, which has had custody of them for months. It is possible. I'm not clear how all that works because, like, Nixon certainly would have wanted to do that. Right. And he wasn't able to get rid of all that. So I'm not sure if that's held separately in a way that you can't just run them through the shredder.
Right.
They would want to, but I don't know if it's that simple. I have Midhat. You think the dog will eat the file or will we go to war instead? Like I said, man, I think that investigation that they're going to claim there's an investigation is the most likely. Brad Gilbert, investigating Dems, fine. Release files on the GOP. Yeah, sure. Well, it's funny when you go back and forth with people on this. like, you have a lot of people who cannot conceive of like not giving a shit about Democrats or Republicans. They'll bring up like, yeah, well, why weren't you saying anything when Biden was president? But to which I respond, we did.
We did. Right.
We did. Exactly. The only time we ever got a warning on this channel was when I did a video essay where I showed Joe Biden sniffing up on Chris Coons' daughter.
Right.
I don't give a fuck about any of these people. Let them all burn. It's not a partisan thing. JB 44421. Politicians use religion and holiness when referring to Israel, disregarding the fact that barely 30% of Israelis are religious, 100% disingenuous. And you know what? Even less than that are descended from the region.
That's right. The Anticus Prime. I went on a camping trip the other week. It was intense. That's right. Suffer, Russell. Ha ha. Good one. I like it.
Don't do that.
Mark Dansky says, I'm reposting this because you missed it. Watch the video. Here is an extremely detailed analysis of Butler. These findings have been used in congressional hearings. Prepare to be shocked. No, we read that before. We didn't miss it. We read it. I remember reading it. Well, what do you want us to do? Watch it now? We're on the air now. Wait, we take a super chat to disappear?
Sometimes people ask us, will you read a chat for free? This is the way that you get a chat read for free. This is the best podcast I've ever watched. Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you, Christopher. Appreciate it. Glad you like it. Smash that subscribe button if you're not already subscribed, Christopher. Where do I apply for the professional loser gig? I think I'd be good at it. Ha ha. Thank you, my real name. All right, let's do one more.
All right. Last call for alcohol, folks. So our illustrious president here, there's him calling for that investigation we've mentioned that might be their excuse to not release the Epstein files.
Well, he said in his tweet, we're going to release everything that you're legally entitled to or something like that. So, they'll just come up with some
exactly. Some fuckery.
Yeah.
Now that the Democrats are using the Epstein hoax involving Democrats, not Republicans, to try and deflect from their disastrous shutdown and all of their other failures, I will be asking AG Pam Bondi and the Department of Justice, together with our great patriots at the FBI, to investigate Jeffrey Epstein's involvement and relationship with Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Reid Hoffman, J.P. Morgan, Chase, and many other people and institutions to determine what was going on with them and him. This is another Russia scam, and all arrows pointing to the Democrats. Records show that these men and many others spent large portions of their life with Epstein and on his island. Stay tuned.
So this is what he tweeted out, to which Reid Hoffman responded, Trump should release all of the Epstein files, every person and every document in the files. I want this complete release because it will bring justice to the victims. And then he continues, this was one chain. The call for an investigation is an obvious ploy to avoid releasing the files. Simply release all the files and expose the people who had both deep and ongoing relationships with Epstein. I will do everything in my power going forward to advocate for the release of the files, to get justice for Epstein's victims, and to promote the values of truth our great country was founded on. I refuse to bend the knee to Donald Trump and his slanderous lies. But this is the real story here, because if you look at the actual reference to him that was just released by the Democrats, this is from Ian Osborne to Jeffrey Epstein. What else are you interested in? Peter is best for currency. Maybe Reid Hoffman, Fatty at LinkedIn, or Dave Morin, Path, or I do believe China offers the best opportunities for Sinofsky, to which Patrick Blumenthal quoted, Reid Hoffman is referred to as the Fatty at LinkedIn in the new Epstein docs. Was Epstein fat-phobic? Why is no one covering this? Why indeed? Why indeed? Adding to all of Jeffrey Epstein's various sins, who knew he was fat-phobic? I guess it makes sense given the crowd he ran in and his preferences. But this was kind of interesting. Stacey Plaskett, who is one of the most disgusting creeps in Congress. Now, she's not a real member of Congress in the sense that the Virgin Islands gets a representative, but not a voting representative. So she can't vote in Congress, but she can serve on committees. So this is from the Washington Post, and good on them for putting together this timeline. Newly released documents from Jeffrey Epstein's estate show that he appeared to be texting a member of Congress during a congressional hearing investigating Donald Trump, and that those texts may have influenced the lawmakers' questions. All right, so here's the video they put together. Newly released documents reviewed by the Washington Post appear to indicate that during a 2019 hearing where Michael Cohen testified, Jeffrey Epstein was texting with Delegate Stacey Plaskett of the Virgin Islands. The Post reviewed multiple video feeds from the hearing and matched the texts, which were sent in Pacific time, with the video.
This was when Barack Obama was president of the United States.
Okay, so from Jeffrey Epstein to Plaskett, are you chewing?
States. And while we were once driving through a struggling neighborhood in Chicago,
not anymore, from Plaskett.
He commented that only black people could live that way.
From Epstein, Cohen brought up Rona, keeper of the secrets. This was an assistant to Epstein.
Attorney-client privilege, yes, I will turn it over.
You, as my friend Mr. Meadows pointed out, misled this committee even today in a written submission
that
contradicted your testimony. You have suggested.
Or hang on, I think actually it might be an assistant to Trump. Rona.
You are going to review that. Did you review? Are you going to review it in our next break to correct the record? Yes or no?
Yes.
Question.
Quick.
You helped out the president.
I'm up next. Is that an acronym? So she's asking him for direction.
Campaign, or were involved in the campaign as a representative, as a spokesman, even in your words today. It was your
That's
idea
his
for the
assistant.
campaign
Yeah,
dating
it was
back
Trump's
to 2011. Is that accurate? Yes or no?
Yes.
Mr. Weisenberg and other individuals, Ms. Rona. Who are those individuals? Are they with the Trump organization?
They
and
are.
Are there other people that we should be meeting with?
So, Alan Weisselberg is the chief financial officer.
Uh-huh. You got to quickly give us as many names as you can so we can get to them.
Yes, ma'am.
As Ms. Rona, what is Ms. Rona's position?
Rona Graff.
Okay, so look what she does. He starts to answer the question completely, and at the direction of Jeffrey Epstein, she cuts to the name that he wants her to focus on.
Right.
Literally, Epstein's puppet.
Yep.
Is the Mr. Trump's executive assistant.
And would she be able to corroborate many of the statements that you've made here?
Yes, her office is directly next to his, and she's involved in a lot.
From Jeffrey Epstein. Good work.
Good work.
That went on.
Wow. That's amazing. That's amazing. So look, credit where credit is due. We're not big WAPO fans here, but they did a pretty good job putting that together.
Yeah, it was impressive that they were able to piece the video to the timeline.
To the exact timeline. All right. So you might remember in happier times before a mysterious person snuck into Matt Taibbi's window and performed a lobotomy with an ice pick. He used to do reporting. He used to actually do reporting. These days, this is impressive to write entire articles about Barry Weiss and Zora Mamdani without ever saying the words Israel or Palestine. This is the kind of thing that pre-lobotomy Matt Taibbi would have written a savage and hilarious article about if Thomas Friedman, his old nemesis, had done it. But he is doing important work now. He's on the really important Canadian ostrich cull story. He's continuing his series of libs that trigger him and the books that they write, which is really important stuff at this moment in the nation, exposing obscure libs that most people have never heard of. That's some important stuff. But he used to be a reporter. He used to actually do reporting. Of course, that's easier with a cerebellum. You can't really blame him post-lobotomy for drifting off a little bit and missing the point. But here, and we covered this at the time, we actually covered this with Matt. Plaskett and the raisin-faced Medusa, as Keaton dubbed her, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, were just absolutely disgusting in these hearings about the Twitter files. So here's a little bit of that.
And that there's something going on between congressional Republicans and Elon Musk. Mr. Chairman, Americans can see through this. Musk is helping you out politically, and you're going out of your way to promote and protect him and to praise him for his work. This isn't just a matter of what data was given to these so-called journalists before us now. There are many legitimate questions about where Musk got the financing to buy Twitter.
The idea that I believe both of these individuals who are getting ready to testify, I believe they're both Democrats. The idea that two journalists who happen to be Democrats.
Did you not give that offer at 8 o'clock last
I'm
night?
talking now. Your time was ended.
Neither of us are in time.
I don't think they're here to help us politically. I think they're here to tell us the truth. And what happened? The full video, transparency. You don't want that, and you don't want two journalists who have been named personally by the Biden administration, FTC, in a letter.
The Biden administration.
And you're saying they're here to help us?
FTC.
They're here to tell their story. And frankly, I think they're brave individuals for being willing to come after they've been named in a letter from the Biden FTC.
Is this your question time now?
No, I'm responding to your ridiculous statements you made in your opening statement.
Okay, well, let's get on with it.
Ranking Member Plaskett, I'm not a so-called journalist. I've won the National Magazine Award, the I.F. Stone Award for Independent Journalism, and I've written 10 books, including 4 New York Times bestsellers. I'm now the editor of the online magazine Racket on the independent platform Substack. I'm here today because of a series of events that began late last year when I received a note from a source online. It read,
all right, so a lot of people, including myself, frankly, believe that it's things like this that broke Matt Taibbi. We have no way of knowing, but why has he decided to cover obscure shit lives? Because they remind him of Stacey Plaskett. That would be my theory. And Debbie Wasserman Schultz and the IRS going to his house. We have no way of knowing. That's pure speculation. But it seems like that probably had something to do with it. Now, to be fair, I could see why being grilled by this disgusting pig of a woman might do that to you. As she is presenting herself as this moral paragon, she is, as we just saw, literally Jeffrey Epstein's puppet. And this is a little background on that. This was a great article exposing Plaskett that was done back in 2023 by Business Insider. Maximum amounts allowed. How Jeffrey Epstein's political donations won him and his PDF file island a powerful ally. For 2 decades, Epstein had flexed his political muscles and exerted control in the U.S. Virgin Islands halls of power. New court documents show how the territory's first lady steered him through political waters, guiding donations to key politicians. Epstein weighed in on an overhaul of sex offender laws, considered putting a lawmaker on retainer, and made a customs office look the other way by simply buying all 78 staff members turkeys for Thanksgiving, court filings say. As Tim Dillon might say, their pussies come cheap. Plaskett, though, was focused on hitting her $250,000 goal. A $30,000 donation was a feasible ask for Epstein. Just to explain that, even though she's a non-voting member of Congress, she's still expected to make her numbers and kick up to the bosses at the DCCC. That's the money she needed to raise. He had donated generously to Democratic politicians from the U.S. Virgin Islands for years. In exchange, recent court filings say he got $300 million in tax incentives and was able to fly girls to his islands without customs batting an eye. And Plaskett had taken Epstein's money before for her own campaign. Earlier that year, on July 12th, Plaskett sent an email to Epstein's assistant, Leslie Groff, inviting the PDF file to a fundraiser for her campaign. She said she would be grateful for whatever support Epstein could provide. Epstein responded just 2 minutes later in his typically typo-marred prose. He wrote, "Get maximum amounts allowed," amounts with a P. Epstein kept up the generosity. In September that year, a consultant on Plaskett's campaign invited Epstein to 2 dinners on St. Thomas and St. Croix, the 2 main islands in the U.S. Virgin Islands, emails show. Epstein swiftly promised he would donate the max, but said he didn't want his name attached. At some point in fall 2018, Plaskett visited Epstein at his Manhattan mansion. Plaskett said Groff greeted her in the foyer and brought her to Epstein, who was sitting at a long dining room table. He agreed to give the full $30,000 that Plaskett had asked him to contribute to the DCCC. The committee ended up rejecting the donation. Okay, so from what I understand, the Virgin Islands is basically one of those the Democrats could run a soda bottle and it would win kind of places, which is why Plaskett is still in office. With all of these revelations, it says a lot about the Democratic Party that they're not calling for her to resign. And it really just shows you, and this is not exclusive to the Democrats, obviously, it's just politicians in general, but the grotesque hypocrisy. I mean, her and Debbie Wasserman Schultz in those Twitter file hearings, and in general, I can't remember the name of Jim Jordan's hearings there, government accountability or transparency. He was investigating how the Biden administration was leaning on these tech companies and abusing their power. And Wasserman Schultz and Plaskett kind of led the Democratic opposition. And they just spent those entire hearings smearing people very unfairly, as they did with Taibbi and Schellenberger in that clip, calling them so-called journalists, so smug, so superior. And this entire time, Plaskett is Jeffrey Epstein's bitch. I mean, what else do you call that? He literally told her how to handle herself in the hearing, and she did it, and then he tells her what a good job she did. This is the person who's grilling journalists about their reporting.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's pretty brazen. And, we knew of the Plaskett Epstein connection at the time. We didn't know he was actually giving her instructions in real time during these things. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, and, this is why, we hope to see as many files as we can. I'm sure we'll get all the files on what the Democrats did with Epstein. So I'm sure we'll see all of that. I don't know what sacrificial lamb they're gonna throw out on the GOP side to be like, all right, we have to give up somebody, right? we have to give up somebody, or else it looks totally cherry picked. So we will have to wait and see on that. But yeah, this was something that we kind of saw, at the time for what it was, and here you get all the details fleshed out.
You can see right in the picture, Bubba was a horse.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. It was a horse. It says right there. Contract crook. Biden may have had the Epstein files and sat on them, but Trump campaigned to release them and sits on them. Thank you, contract rook. Mark Dansky, sorry, missed you reading it. Was practicing Bach at the piano, and I was listening to hear it. No worries.
Oh, nice.
Furrow Squeen says, I have to say how disappointed I am that Epstein was fat phobic. I have a salt imbalance. Give us plus sizes a chance. Kenman G, just a slight correction. A prefrontal lobotomy does not damage the cerebellum, but rather does damage to the prefrontal cortex. Oh, we got a brain surgeon over here. Look at this.
Got one of them brain surgeons.
Yeah, we got one of these brain surgeons in the audience. Thanks, Kenman. Appreciate that. All right, let's take some super chats.
All right. Fight for Foundation. $3.33 for every hour you stream today. Well, actually, that would be 13.
3 hours. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, around four hours. So cough it up, man.
Yeah,
cough it up.
You owe us $3.33.
And Musa
Oh,
Al
there we
Kaneem,
go.
my favorite duo. Your Kuwaiti pal, Free Palestine. Thank you, man.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Nice
All
to know we
right.
have friends all around the world. We dropped that Thailand clip today. I have so many people inviting me to get in touch with them who live there. It's very cool. They're probably mostly Mossad. They're going to kill me when I get there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. It's probably a trap. Hey, folks, it's Sunday night. Tomorrow, a new episode of The Grifter's Bible drops on YouTube. That's the mind-bending novel by El Shabooms, and it's now a free weekly series on YouTube with a soundtrack, of course, by Monumental Sonic Architecture. You follow the First Electric Church of Jesus Christ as they combine the bleeding edge of black patented neuroscience with the state-of-the-art in Michigan to beat the Great Recession. They sell visions of God to the huddled masses of Deep Ellum, Texas, and the money pours in until the local competition, the police, and the U.S. Navy decide to put a stop to it. There's ass-whoopings, car chases, and a showdown at high noon on Good Friday in Dodge City. It's sci-fi noir. It's a picaresque thriller. It's a Western from 10 minutes in the future. It's The Grifter's Bible, a film series by El Shabooms, with a soundtrack by Monumental Sonic Architecture. New episodes posted every Monday at youtube.com/El Shabooms. Tomorrow is Monday, so make sure you go over to that link and check it out and smash the subscribe button for our friend El Shabooms. All right, folks, that's our show tonight. Thanks very much for being here. Appreciate you all. The party continues over on Rumble for the Q&A after a 5-minute intermission. Those of you who are sticking around, that's the link. If you're over on Rumble, you're in the right place. If you're on YouTube, that's the link, dudissidents.com/Rumble. That takes you directly to the post-show Q&A. Had a big crowd in here tonight, so please smash that subscribe button on YouTube if you're not subscribed yet, and please smash that follow button over on Rumble if you are not following us. And also, if you're listening on Spotify or Apple Podcasts, subscribe to the podcast and follow the podcast, since we are an audio show as well. So make sure you hit that follow button wherever you are, on whatever platform you are enjoying this broadcast on. Thanks very much, everybody, for being here. Thanks to the YouTubers. Thanks to the Rumblers. Thanks to Jake in the booth. Thanks to the mods, of course, for keeping the peace in the chat. If you're hanging out for Q&A, we'll see you in 5 minutes. Everyone else will see you at 1 o'clock Eastern on Tuesday, November 18th. Until then, thanks again, everybody. Be safe and be well.
Courage!
Please clap.